Good morning, everyone. We do not have a Spanish interpreter this morning, so we're going to move forward without an interpreter this morning. And thank you for joining us for today's Ag Commission meeting. I'm going to call the meeting to order at this time.
9:06.
9:06 on March 19th, 2025. Ag Commission members, I will go down the roll call. When I call your name, please say present. If you had joined virtually, please unmute yourself and say present. Ag Commission Vice Chair Jeff McCullough.
Present.
Ag Commission Member Catherine Fidel.
Present.
Ag Commission Member David Black.
Present.
Ag Commission Member Roberto Mesa.
He's online.
Present.
Thank you. Ag Commission Member Elena Miller Cooley.
She'll be on shortly.
Ag Commission Member Harrison Top. Ag Commission.
Present.
Okay, thank you. Ag Commission Member Nick Trainer.
Here.
Thank you. Ag Commission Member Colleen Pepler.
Present.
Thank you all. We have reached a quorum and can proceed with our meeting. Thank you all for joining us today. We will do our best to facilitate a smooth meeting with public participation. Today's meeting is being recorded and can be viewed online on CDA's YouTube channel. The public can join today's Ag Commission meeting through the Zoom webinar. Before we proceed, I want to review some guidelines and general instructions for the meeting. Each time you speak, please identify yourself. Moving forward, do we want to go ahead and have Ken before we do this?
Yeah, let's
Okay.
do that.
Well, this is Ken Curtis, the General Manager of the Dolores Water Conservancy District here in Southwest Colorado. Ken's going to address the board and online.
Thank you for coming down. Glad you got to come to the Southwest. I am the general manager for the Water Conservancy that contracted with Reclamation for the Dolores project. A long culmination at the back end of the Reclamation dam building history with pros and cons, but this community wanted to secure their supply. And obviously you got a taste of that going down to the farm. The Weemanooch has been in this area since time immemorial. But then we start recording European history. 1776, Dominguez Escalante are the ones that framed up and named the Dolores River that gave us our Dolores project. And their observation, and if you get a chance to go up to the Canyons of the Ancients headquarters, great museum, Mesa Verde Light, much quicker, much cheaper, beautiful view of the whole area. They witness that the river's in the north and all the land is in the south. And there's a small divide between the two. After the miners came, further European settlers went ahead and breached that divide. And a historic company, currently Montezuma Valley Irrigation Company, where you met yesterday out at Fozzie's farm, that's right in the heart of the northwest part of Montezuma Valley. And so they've had 100 years of irrigation, but it was an insufficient supply. With Reclamation doing their thing, they designed the Dolores project, and we were on the tail end of the Reclamation building boom. And to get the Weemanooch, the Ute Mountain Farm and Ranch Enterprise going, and secure their municipal supply, they helped carry us over the line. But this community have been working on that for close to 100 years. And then the Cortez Bootstraps went to Aspinall, and our sister projects, Ridgeway and ALP, have also finally been constructed. So Southwest, it's like we're on the tail end of Colorado history. We've got all that northeastern Greeley, Fort Collins area that started agriculture development and right after the gold rush. Well, our little silver rush was 1880s, and we culminated in 1986 building the McPhee Dam up there. So we are the largest irrigation project in the Southwest. We've got about 75,000 acres. The Ute tribe and up north are called full service, and we supplement this valley irrigation. All total about 75,000 acres, probably only smaller than the Grand Valley and Uncompahgre areas on the west slope. But we are a long ways from Denver. I think that works to our advantage usually. So we hang out here, we have our markets and do our produce. And I notice you've got some of it from some of the smaller producers, known for apples 100 years ago, and still trying to revive some of that. So great area, glad you could make it. Hope you get to enjoy some of the scenery, and glad it snowed on you yesterday. We need all we can. We're still suffering like the rest of the southern basins. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you, Ken.
Okay.
What we are hearing that a number of individuals are having a hard time hearing us on our connection. And so we are going to connect to a different Wi-Fi. We're going to use a hotspot. So if we can pause for a moment, we can connect to a hotspot. Thank you. Thank you.
It's a great time to grab food from the farm.
As we're back on, Nick, can you hear us? How do you hear us on your end?
I can hear you good, Simon.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll continue on approval of the meeting agenda.
I move that we approve the meeting agenda for March 19th, 2025. I'll second it.
Okay, any discussion needed before the vote? Motion made by Kathleen, second by Colleen. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion carried. Moving on to the approval of the January meeting minutes. Any discussion needed before vote? Seeing none, I'd like to open this for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the January meeting minutes.
Thank you. We have a second.
Jeff McCullough, I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. Colleen made the motion, second by Jeff. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Thank you.
Sorry, guys.
Oh, you're good.
Good process.
All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion carries. Okay, moving on to public comment. At this time, the public has the opportunity to address any issues that they'd like to address with the commission. Each person has 3 minutes to speak. As we move to open the meeting to public comment, please remember to introduce yourself and speak slowly and clearly. Your name will be called when it is your turn to comment, and the host will unmute your line. We are now opening the meeting to public comment. Is there anybody in the queue for public comment at this time?
All good.
You're good.
Okay, thank you. The meeting is now closed to public comment. Moving on to commissioners update at this time.
All right, thank you, Simon, and great being here with everybody here in Southwest Colorado. I first want to start with some thank yous. First off to Simon and his team for hosting us at Ute Mountain Ute Farm and Ranch Enterprise yesterday. For those of you who are calling in, you missed a real Southwest spring day yesterday with horizontal winds whipping both dust and snow at various points throughout the day. So Simon, thanks for keeping us inside for as much of that as you could. But it's always a treat to see the operation that Simon and his team manage, the complexity they manage, given the variability in precipitation and irrigation supply here in Southwest Colorado, and just the diversification you've developed over your 30 some years at Farm and Ranch. And of course, we never leave without tasting some of the cornmeal that's produced at Bow and Arrow. And that's just one of the tastes we've got so far of Southwest Colorado. So after Farm and Ranch, we held our public forum up at Fozzie's Farm. So while we were down in Toyac with Simon, Fozzie's is just north of Cortez by 20 minutes or so up in Lewis. That's really a lot of our, as Ken mentioned in his update, kind of the northern part of the valley. Slightly different production up there. That's actually where a lot of our dry beans are produced in Southwest Colorado. Sunflowers, of course, cattle everywhere you go. And neat to be in that part of the valley, but also Fozzie's Farm is really a special place. So Montezuma Land Conservancy hosted us up there. They're the land trust down here and have just really led the way in really innovative work and conservation, in working with the tribes, in supporting young and beginning farmers and ranchers, and really advancing education across cultures and landscapes here in Southwest Colorado. They are the owners of Fozzie's Farm and welcomed us into their beautiful venue, and appreciate all of the members of the public who showed up. We had a great turnout, a full house, really good discussion on CDA's work. We had a lot of actually grantees and subcontractors in the room who do work directly with us. And I sort of put it in my opening, there's kind of two categories I think of us, the ways in which farmers and ranchers have to work with us and the ways in which you want to work with us. And of course, we're focusing on both. And in the first category, making sure we're a place where you can do business and do it well with the agency when you have to work with us. And then creating a place within CDA where you also want to work with us. And that's a lot of what we talked about across our work in market access, stewardship, supporting the next generation, animal health and welfare, and mental health. In addition, we have been fed this morning, and you all here in the room have a little printout highlighting our menu. Amara, thank you for providing that. So last night we had snacks from Pueblo Seed and Food Company, which is now based here in McElmo Canyon, just southwest of Cortez. Really fantastic company, and I think many of you know Dan Hobbs and Nana, the couple who not only farm and grow the seed, but also do the baking, the milling here locally in Cortez for their products. And they're also part of the Colorado grain chain, really helped found that. We have juice over at the breakfast table from MORP, which is the Montezuma Orchard Restoration Project. MORP is another really special part of our food system here in Southwest Colorado. So as Ken mentioned, this used to be a big orchard country in Southwest Colorado. And we've lost that industry, but a lot of us have sort of very old and very diverse trees on our properties that may or may not have been taken care of over time. But MORP has recognized that seed bank that still exists here. And so what they have done is take cuttings from those trees that property owners have from the old orchard industry, grown them out in a greenhouse here in Montezuma County, sold the trees back to landowners to continue to grow out that genetic diversity, And then they have their own operation where they harvest the fruit for juice and for cider. So any of you who have time today to swing by Fence Line in Mancus, they are the cidery that is really closing the loop on what MORP is doing from a genetic diversity, from an ag perspective as well. So that's just, one example of kind of the connections happening here across the basin. And then Farm Bistro, also a local institution supporting a lot of local farmers. They're providing breakfast for us today. So between all of those entities that have helped us and welcomed us to Montezuma County, very grateful for everyone who's made our welcome here so great. So I have a little presentation just to show more pictures than I normally do from recent months. Actually, I have two presentations, so Mayor will pull up the first one, and I'll give a quick update on what's happening at CDA. Madison's going to fill in on a lot of other important things on our operations update as well. Of course, this is Ag Week, so we are celebrating all across the state. Yesterday, we supported Ag Council in Ag Day event at the Capitol. That is not mine. But that's a really nice slide. Maybe I can use that one at some point.
They can see slideshow that.
Oh, okay. So while Mayor's working on that, yesterday, I haven't gotten the full download, but I think Jordan was there and he can fill us in. Ag Council brought food back to the Capitol. And that was something that was always kind of a highlight of Ag Day for legislators. And that's what ended up happening yesterday. And just excited to see that momentum. And Governor was part of it. Governor released his Ag Day proclamation. He also sent a personal note to all of our CDA staff, thanking them for their important work in agriculture. So it is not lost on the governor how much the work we do at CDA matters to the state of Colorado. In addition, and as you'll see here, and Amir, if it's causing you trouble,
I'm good.
Not a huge deal. We also just published, and this is hats off to Bethany and Olga and Sonia and Kate McCroy on our comms team. If you can go to the next slide whenever you're ready.
Maybe if we could just double check with someone virtual if they can see the slideshow. Okay, thank you, Jordan. Okay, you're good.
Okay, super. So on the next slide, you'll see the cover page for our 2024 Colorado Department of Ag Year in Review. This is something we publish every year to encapsulate what we've done in the year prior. We are, as I hope you all know by now, very keen on telling not just the story of what we do, but the impact. So we need to know that what we've been building actually is making a difference to the people we're trying to serve, and making sure that we're celebrating the incredible work of our team as well. So we'll make sure, Ag Commission members, that you have this in your inbox if you don't already. This is a really great document to peruse. It's internal right now. I mean, it's public, but it's really for our staff to review. Like, this is what we did the last 12 months. We should really be proud of that. This ties in with something Madison will brief you on here in a few minutes on our strategic plan. So we've been working with you all in developing this plan. Hollis and Melissa Guthrie have just done an incredible job building a dashboard, a public-facing dashboard, where anyone in the public, you all included, of course, can look at what our strategic plan is across the department, which includes our WIGs, our wildly important goals. But then you can also click on a link that shows impact. What does it actually mean that we did this thing? Because you can measure, well, we hosted, 7 different roundtables in 7 different parts of the state, but what does that actually mean? And is that valuable to people? So that's something we really hope that you kind of integrate into your work with CDA to hold us accountable to good work and to make sure that we're on the track that we're all working to be on together. So we'll make sure you have this, and we'll send out the link to the dashboard as well, which you should have, but we'll just keep refreshing it so it's front and center for you. Next slide, please. Federal updates. I kept this one really simple. 2 words. A few more words than that. And those of you who were at the public forum last night kind of heard my update. So I'll give that again for all of us here in person and online. So as we all know, a lot of changes happening out of Washington, D.C. that are impacting pretty much everyone, regardless of whether or not you're a grantee or rely on federal programs and services. It's impacting all of us. So where this comes down to CDA's work, I'll start with sort of internally and then talk about how we're supporting our ag community writ large. So internally, over the last, 4 or 5 weeks or so, we have been experiencing what you all have been, which is a lot of sort of immediate cutoff of funds right out the gates, a lot of uncertainty from our federal partners as to what they know, what they can share. And especially in the time before there were agency heads confirmed in Washington, it was really tough for their staff to be making decisions because they didn't have a decision maker. Now that we do have a Secretary of Ag confirmed and other leaders at the helm of agencies, I think we're starting to see some more decision making. So what we are doing at CDA, we are tracking all of our federal funds, cooperative agreements, grants, staff, and the money we have to sub-grant out to other organizations. And we're tracking line by line to understand where we are actually receiving payments as we expect to and where we're not. And in all of those categories, we are leaning on our program staff to communicate with grantees and with partners the status of those grants or programs. So you're not going to see, email blasts from me every other day talking about the changes. The news is happening too fast and we don't report the news. But what we do want to do is make sure that our program staff have the latest information so that our community members and partners have the latest information from us. So if you work on specialty crop block grant or the organic transition program or our climate smart commodities program, or if you work on any foreign animal disease work with us, just as examples, the people that you work most closely with at CDA will be your points of contact. Of course, for you all, the board, you can call me anytime or Hollis anytime. But that's kind of the structure right now for how we're monitoring what's going on. Of course, the state as a whole has a much broader approach. The governor has a much broader approach to protecting Colorado's resources and what we've worked so hard to gain for our communities across the state these last few years. That said, we also were not opposed to trimming down as needed. So we also are in a position of, hey, if that needs to happen, please work with us so we can anticipate what's coming. Right now, we haven't been able to anticipate anything, and the pain that's causing in our ag community is real. So Evan and I were in Washington, and I'll show a couple pictures here in a minute. Just a few weeks ago, I had the opportunity to meet Secretary Rollins at the White House. We did a number of Hill visits, and we had our National Association of State Departments of Ag meeting. So a jam-packed DC time and a very busy time in DC. Essentially, my takeaways there, for one, Secretary Rollins extended a personal invite to Governor Polis to be part of a roundtable. And that was just one of the few governors in the country. And I don't take that lightly that Colorado had a seat at the table. The secretary was also very forthright about wanting to work with states, and we're going to take her up on that as much as we can. We've got really good connections within agencies, especially as they get staffed out. So we'll keep on pursuing those contacts and relationships. And then the main thing that Evan and I communicated while on Capitol Hill with members and staff of our federal delegation was, it's one thing to look at a few words in a grant application that might not be fancied by the current administration. It's another to actually look at the work going on the ground and what that's doing for our ag communities, what that money is being put to work for. In addition, the amount of private investment that has been put behind the public investment is immense. So the fact that our farmers aren't getting reimbursed, that states aren't getting reimbursed, that we're not having the other end of our contracts honored means that private investment from our ag community is being wasted. And that's a message we're going to keep pushing as much as we can. I feel like our federal delegation heard us. I think, we'll keep watching where the rubber meets the road. But we feel, and personally, I feel very passionate about that. Seeing the work, the time, the effort, the commitment, the money that has gone in from the private sector to capitalize on this moment of funding opportunities should not go to waste. In addition, when we talk about climate funding, for example, that's our soil health program. That's been built by you all at this table. That's been built by hundreds of farmers and ranchers across Colorado, impacting 60,000 acres voluntarily enrolled in STAR. You talk about the equity programs. That's to help actually farmers and ranchers in this county, in Montezuma County, gain access to educational resources about how to farm in the arid West, about how to work with their conservation district, how to partner with the tribe. So we're really trying to say, here's what the work on the ground looks like. Let's not talk jargon. Let's talk what's actually going on the ground. So that's the quick summary. It's changing day by day, but we are tracking everything we can, staying in close touch with, of course, our colleagues across the state and across the country, and then collecting whatever stories of impact, good, bad, and different, but especially what is this time doing to our ag community and what's our proposal for doing it a little bit better. So I'll pause there and see if there are any comments, questions from the group.
I think you're hitting the nail on the head. I mean, with your talk about private dollars being invested and then not being matched is very detrimental to small operations in particular.
Any operations.
No questions online? Okay. Well, thank you all. This is an ongoing topic, so never hesitate to reach out to any of us at the department if you have questions, especially if you're running up against a roadblock. We have been able to move some things that were stuck. And so do not hesitate to reach out if you're running up against trouble. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, I'm going to run through these pretty quick, but I thought I should just throw up some pictures because it's been a couple months since we've seen each other. So since our mid-January, last meeting mid-January, Hollis and Jordan and I presented in front of our joint House and Senate Ag committees for our SMART Act. So we get to tell the story of what CDA is doing. Of course, it was Stock Show, and you see, oh yeah, thank you. And you see Evan and I there with some of our state legislators at the Stock Show, which we do every year. And then the start of the legislative session. So we are making our way through, surviving. Jordan can fill you in on how that's all going here in a little bit. But this is budget week, so that has been a very big focus of ours, as I mentioned, just due to the state budget deficit. Next slide, please. We also have had really wonderful opportunities to celebrate our friendships across the globe, in particular with Canada and Mexico and the UK. So you'll see there up in the upper left, that's myself with Mexican cattle women who joined us at our international reception at Stock Show, the largest representation of women from Mexico that I think we've ever had at this delegation. I think, go on like a Facebook Live with one of them, inviting everybody, all of the cattle women from Mexico to Colorado, and they returned the invitation. So we're actually kind of kicking around what an exchange would look like. That middle photo is the Consul General from Canada on the left, and Rep. Soper here in Colorado on the right. Again, just celebrating our North American partnerships. And then on the bottom right is the celebration of the signing of an MOU with the UK and Colorado. This has been a couple years in the making. Very exciting to have it done, not just because of the work that's gone in with CDA and the Office of Economic Development and International Trade, but because when the UK changed governments, I think it was last year, they hit pause on this effort. And so we kind of considered it indefinitely paused. But the new government brought it back in much the same form that we had negotiated. And this is something that the UK is doing with various states around the country. We're not the first, but we're among the first. And we're the first with the new administration in the UK. In addition, we are the state that is most, I think, strong, in my opinion, strongly emphasized agriculture in this agreement. So essentially what this means is it's been built on our visits to the UK and the inbounds we've hosted here. It's really focused on shared business. So looking at things like co-packing. Can we help our companies save some costs by packaging their goods across the pond? So if you're going to sell your value-added product from Colorado in the UK, does it make more sense to actually package that product in the UK, which is your final market, versus the cost of shipping the value added good from here to there? So things like that is what we're working through. Shared research, our commitment to climate resilience and animal welfare is in there. You know, just a lot of really good stuff that's come out of those travels. Next slide, please. We also celebrated 4-H Day at the Capitol. You see Governor Polis on the left there with our state leadership, and I think that's some of Routt County's chapter as well. Jordan and Tyler from RMFU speaking with the 4-H leaders outside of the governor's office. And then we also have just had staff and Ag Commission members out and about. This was a really, on the bottom right, a really fun presentation and jam-packed room at Water Congress where Paul Kmeyer, who's on our conservation team, and our salinity expert up in Eckert, Elena, our Ag Commission member, and Robert Cicada on the right were 3 panelists, all CDA reps talking about how to talk to an irrigator. And the room was packed. There was actually somebody blocking the door, but I elbowed him out of the way to join the room. So really fun seeing our staff out and about.
And Riley was supposed to be in that.
And Riley was supposed to be in there. Thank you.
Be there for weather.
Thank you. So it would have been 4 amazing CDA voices there. But yeah, Riley's road got shut down. Next slide, please. And then, as I mentioned, CDA, we have been in Washington. That top picture is myself and 3 other ag commissioners at the White House. Evan and I taking selfies all across Capitol Hill after our meetings. And the bottom right is Senator Amy Klobuchar from Minnesota, ranking member in the Senate Ag Committee, and of course, a key voice in negotiating the Farm Bill. Rep. G.T. Thompson also joined, as well as ranking member Angie Craig on the House Ag Committee. So that was at NASDA, all 50 states represented there at our Winter Policy Conference. Next slide, please. Okay, and then as some of you know, I did get to take a little break and go to a very wild place, which was South Africa. This is one of a few thousand pictures, more than likely, that I would be happy to share with anyone interested. But, you know, I share this because we were a few feet from this band of elephants, which was pretty profound, especially to see that baby right in the middle. It was very sweet. The adult elephants are very used to the trucks that drive through Kruger National Park and just do their thing. The babies are the ones who are sort of testing out, what is this weird contraption coming through our landscape? And as the moms would cross the road and just ignore us, the babies would kind of stop and look and get big and kind of like trying to take on the truck, like, you think you're so big? So this is just kind of a special snapshot from that time. And I just want to say thank you to all the CDA staff who make everything happen at the department. We've got just an incredible team. So I will pause there. I have a second half to my presentation, which will be short and sweet on 150-250, but I'll pause and see if there's any comments, questions.
In general, with your time in DC, I'm sure you talked to a lot of aides as well, but how do they anticipate communication going forward with new staff and et cetera?
So we were there 3.5 weeks ago or so. So a lot can change right now in that time. The things that I heard, and Evan, fill in here, all of the staff we spoke with, Senator Bennett, Senator Hickenlooper, Rep. Boebert, and Rep. Magoose's office. We had invites out to everybody, but that's who we can make happen. All of them very concerned about how cuts are happening. Not in opposition to cuts, but how they're happening. We shared a number of stories that have been sent to us about how it's happening, including here in Montezuma County, where again, equity grants, climate grants canceled, near $500,000 in already expended funds demanded to be returned to the United States government. Big problem. So our delegation heard that, had a lot of empathy for that, and did not feel, they did not express that they agree in terms of the strategy. I would say in terms of staff, there have been challenges from what I've heard in terms of the legislative branch receiving the kind of information they are asking for and looking for from the executive branch. Now, that might be changing as more staff come on board. But I think that's something that's certainly on their radar, is making sure that they have the information they need from the executive.
Do they have any time frame on more staff coming on board?
Not our delegation, but certainly what we're seeing at the agency, USDA level, for example. I mean, they've announced their undersecretaries, who are all known to NASDA. Actually, I think one is a former NASDA staff. There are some folks who are still there from previous administrations that we've known for a while. And then we've actually, the USDA, at least in particular, has done, I think, a good job reaching out to states in advance of announcements, such as the disaster funding announcement on Friday. We were briefed prior to that. So as we get those briefings, we also meet new staff who are in, or staff in new positions. And so we're starting to get to know the people who are filling out those roles. So I think that'll kind of be a matter of just time and exposure, you know, on calls and in meetings with each other. Anything online? No hands, no questions. All right. Super. So I am going to jump to quick overview on 150, 250. And again, this is shorthand for Colorado's 150th anniversary of becoming a state and the 250th anniversary of the United States of America. This all is going to take place next year in 2026. Next slide, please. And I'll send this out. We'll send this out to the Ag Commission after this. So what is the commemoration? There's a lot of text on here. Don't worry about reading it all, but essentially what I just said, celebration of anniversaries. And Governor Polis has directed state agencies to participate in next year's celebrations. And we're very excited about that. There's a statewide commission that is overseeing all this work. And then each agency is coming up with our own ways to celebrate. Next slide, please. So we are going to be elevating ag, which, you know, kind of fits the work that we do every day. We're going to do this through a number of efforts and projects that I'll talk about in a second. But the goals for what we're doing, we really want to have our work create a sense of pride across our ag community. So whatever we do isn't about CDA, it's about our ag community feeling pride for what we do and who we are. We want to also establish deeper dialogue, understanding, and empathy between ag and the rest of Colorado. We want to showcase critical stories for posterity. So there is this investment in the future we want to make, and then encourage Coloradans, people who are here, visitors, to get involved in key events happening across the state next year. Next slide, please. So we are doing this through essentially 5 major themes. And these themes actually came out of our major project, which is a coffee table book celebrating voices in agriculture. We are dividing that book into 5 themes: water, land, or I guess it's going to start land, water, life, resilience, and celebration. And we've put a lot of work into thinking through how do we want to organize this. There's a million ways to do it, but I'm really excited about this because to me, these 5 categories touch on everything we do, but they really come back to the heart of who we are in agriculture. Not just the business, not just the stewardship, but the heart and soul of the people in this work. So next slide, please. So our signature initiatives, and I should mention that the state fair is, we didn't get that listed on here, but that is going to be a big one. We are working on a public art project, and we're actually partnering with Stock Show on this. It's really early on, so I don't have a really tangible update, but our team, led by Tiffany Brigner, who's our deputy in the labs division, will be following up with National Western on what this partnership could look like. Given that Stock Show is January 2026, that really kicks off the 150th. So we'd love to leverage that opportunity to kick off our work. So working on that, and we'll be working with artists to define what that looks like. That middle category, the coffee table book, that is the cornerstone of our work. So we are working on oral histories from across the state, about 10 oral histories, 10 or 12 or so. And our Many folks at this table are part of this. So our regional assistant commissioners are joining the effort, and Ag Commission, we are going to be including you in this book as well with your consent, of course. But lots of arm twisting if you are hesitant. So more to come on that. We'll be making sure we have beautiful photos of all of you. Part of the oral history project is actually working with local papers and local photographers to take formal portraits, both single portraits and family portraits that then we'll send back to the folks participating as a thank you, something to have for posterity. We'll also use that in the book and use that probably in other assets throughout the year. And then hopefully the local paper will also be excited about this and telling the story of the people in their communities. So that is a really broad overview. More to come on that front. Philosophy Communications is our marketing partner. They do all our Colorado Proud work, and they're the marketing lead for the whole state for 150-250. History Colorado is our project lead on the coffee table book and oral histories. And so all of this work will be archived in Colorado History's archives, digital and print as appropriate. So I'm really excited about that. These are sort of in addition to all the state fair work, and we don't have the specifics for state fair, but it's going to be big. And so I'll fill you in as we know more. But all of this is sort of our active work where CDA is really driving it, but then we'll be kind of supporting more passive work that others are going to take the lead on. For example, would love to see a locally led StoryCorps take off next year. Actually, Routt County FFA has led a StoryCorps along with History Colorado, where the FFA students interview members of their community and upload that to an open source cloud storage where anybody can listen to those stories. And then radio networks can pick up those stories and share them. So I plant that as a seed for you all in your communities of ways to get involved and kind of get the ball rolling. Now there are local 150-250 commissions. So if you're not connected to yours, I would say figure out who those people are. You can always reach out to the statewide commission too, or myself. There's a lot of local effort going on as well. Next slide, please. And then I think this is more kind of our just reason for doing this, right? Just generating awareness will be some of our next steps, commemorating our shared history. And again, just the diversity of history. We really want to tell all kinds of stories about who we are as Colorado Ag, and then supporting partner and member organizations. So we'll be seeing more unified branding across this work. We'll have statewide calendar of events. Bethany's going to be just hitting the ground running on outreach, and then our support for local programming as well. Here we go. So that's our overview. Lots more to come. So things are really starting to pick up in terms of planning, but very excited for this. And please do consider yourselves a core part of how we move forward. We'll be leaning on you, but please, if you have ideas, comments, questions, thoughts of how we make this a really meaningful year, please just don't hesitate to reach out. Okay, that is it for my presentation. I'm going to hand it over to Roberto, but before I do that, any comments, questions from the board? Nothing online either. Okay, super. So I'm going to hand it over to Roberto, who has some updates for you all this morning. So Roberto, over to you.
Thank you, Kate. Wow, looks like there is a ton happening in our state and federally, and I'm sure we'll all navigate the uncertainties to come together. But you may or may not know that I'm actually terming off now. This is going to be my last session here with you all. So I prepared a few remarks that I just wanted to share. Yeah, so I wanted to take a moment to express just my deep gratitude for the opportunity to serve on the CDA Commission. It has been an incredible honor to advocate for our state's producers and work alongside such dedicated leaders such as yourselves. Being part of this commission has reinforced what I've always believed in, that Colorado Ag is about more than just production, right? It's about the people, the communities, and the relationships that sustain us. And serving here has allowed me to meet so many incredible folks, farmers, ranchers, producers from every corner. each bringing their unique perspectives and shaped by the diversity of our regions and our production systems. That diversity is our strength, and it's been inspiring to see firsthand how each of us contributes to a thriving agricultural landscape. And just so grateful to have had the opportunity to travel to different regions. I think it's really hard sometimes as a producer to get the opportunity to visit each other, and the Ag Commission certainly facilitated that for me. I've gained a deeper connection to our ag community in general and have really cherished the relationships that I've built here with CDA staff, with you all. The collaboration, commitment, and passion I've witnessed in this group has really given me a sense of confidence in the future of Colorado agriculture. But though my term has come to an end, my commitment to supporting Colorado producers and advancing our ag industries remains as strong as ever. Thank you all for your dedication, for the work you do every day, on the field and off, for the friendships and partnerships that we've developed that have really brought so much meaningful joy to this experience. And I look forward to staying connected and continuing to work alongside you all in a different capacity. And always feel free to reach out. And Simon, I still have it on my to-do list to come visit you and see the incredible work you're doing in your community. So thank you so much, everyone. I really appreciate it. Thanks, Roberto.
Roberto, thank you. Thank you for your service during your time on the Ag Commission. It's been a real pleasure having you on this board. As I told Roberto when we talked last week, I still have a cell phone and I will still be using it to lean on him. And I hope that you do the same with us, Roberto, and just excited to see where you take your work as well.
Thank you all. Have a great day.
Thank you, Roberto. All right, thank you, Commissioner Greenberg, for your update, and not only the update, but what you do behind the scenes and the schedule you keep. I think everybody in this room can appreciate your work that you do in this department and everything that you have and will accomplish moving forward. Thank you. Moving forward here, if there's no other questions for Roberto or Commissioner Greenberg, seeing none, we'll move forward to Madison on the operations update.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I'm filling in for Hollis Glenn today, who is taking a very well-deserved vacation. So I'm going to give a few updates for you all. And in the agenda, in the digital agenda that you were sent, there is a link to the CDA Strategic Plan Post-Action Report. And so this is something that the commissioner mentioned whenever she was talking about the work that Hollis and Melissa had done on the strategic plan. And whenever we close out an action, we ask those that are responsible for the different duties and operations under that action to provide a post-action report. So it's getting at what were those outcomes, right? What did we achieve from this? And so I'm going to give a brief update on the three that were linked in that document that we shared with everyone when we sent out the agenda. The first being Brucella Canis. And so my computer just told me I have signed out. Look at that. That is great timing. One moment while I sign right back in. Okay, we're back in. So this is fine. So there's a new Brucella Canis analysis method. And so our animal health laboratory has implemented a new enzyme-linked ELISA test method for Brucella Canis. And this method is safer, faster, and more cost-effective than previous methods. It allows for a faster diagnosis and treatment of the disease, which can help prevent it and help keep it from spreading. This new test is also more accurate, which can help reduce the number of false positives and false negatives that our labs receive. So the Animal Health Laboratory committed to high quality diagnostic services for veterinarians and animal owners in Colorado. So that was their update. The next one is around the Colorado Agricultural Future Loan Program. This program has awarded $6.3 million in grants to 84 farmers, ranchers, and food processors. It had also originated 92 loans totaling $21.3 million. These funds are helping support the next generation of agricultural leaders here in Colorado. And then finally, for our third, we are looking at secure beef supply plans. Our Animal Health Division has developed a secure beef supply plan for 21 Colorado feedlots. These plans will help ensure the continuity of business operations in the event of a disease outbreak. They will also help with the health of Colorado's cattle herd. And these plans are part of an ongoing effort to prepare the state for any animal disease emergencies that we may experience in the future. And so just a big thank you and shout out to those three groups that they were the first to provide their post-action plan reports. And we hope to be bringing you more of these at each Ag Commission meeting as we achieve our strategic actions as an organization. All right, next is a very fun and exciting thing that we're working on with the State Fair, which is called Continuity of Vision. And so this is a very large project that Hollis has been working on in partnership with the State Fair. There are 3 different phases to this, and everyone in here is probably familiar with phase 1, which is bring on Andrea Wiesemeyer, right? And so it's the new leadership and new leader onboarding of Andrea with the Colorado State Fair. Phase 2, which we're currently working in both phases 2 and 3 now, is focusing on like, what are the roles and responsibilities and communication efforts amongst the stakeholders? And so what does that mean? It's the State Fair board, right? It's the State Fair employees, and it's our folks in Broomfield. And how do we all come together and make sure that we're delivering on not just an 11-day fair, but an operation that runs 365 days out of the year? And how are we making sure to really like lift up the Colorado State Fair as being this gathering place that's part of their strategic plan, right? The third is, what is the future of the Colorado State Fair? And so what we're looking at is to develop this vision with the fair board of what is a shared vision that we can all have for the state fair. How can we, again, go back to improving communication among stakeholders? And how can we help the state fair be like the most effective that they can be as both a division, right? But also an institution within the state. And so a group that we're supporting. And so this is a really fun one. We did have an opportunity to meet with a number of staff. Melissa met specifically with the Colorado State Fair staff down in Pueblo for 2 days. And then the commissioner's office joined in. We had representatives from the communications department, from admin, and from business operations, and Billy joined us as well. And we got to talk about how do our different roles interplay with each other. So really bridging that potential communication gap that can exist between, you know, the 200 miles that we have between Pueblo and Broomfield, and really bringing everyone together on how do we share resources in a better way. And so that is very nicely. And Andrea, if anyone was watching the Colorado Springs News 2 days ago, or yesterday, gave a brief overview of everything going on at the State Fair and what it looks like for 2025. And she followed a young boy who was talking about his chicken on the news. So she's right after that segment. So we're really happy to have her preaching the good work of the Colorado State Fair. Similarly, our brands board and brands division is going through a process improvement project. And this is something that Melissa Guthrie has been helping with. So Todd Ingley, the brands director, launched this brands process efficiency project. And so the goal of this is to address financial challenges and improve division efficiency practices. And so again, with the state board stock inspection financial footing, we want to understand like what could an increase in fees potentially look like if they need to go that route. What could internal efficiencies also do to help improve the financial standing of the brand board? And so CDA partnered with an outside contractor called Government Performance Solutions. And they met the last 2 days, Monday and Tuesday of this week, for an internal process improvement initiative at there in Broomfield. And after that, the team reconvenes in April, where they're going to develop an action plan out of the outcomes from the last 2 days that they've had together. And so hopefully at the May Ag Commission meeting, we can bring you updates on how that went. So because they will have their action plan developed in April.
And can I mention a few things real quick? So for those of you with livestock, a few of you here, I think you've heard that brand just our budget is in a tough shape, mainly because of cost increases, and we haven't raised fees for a decade. So the points that Madison made are really important for you all to keep tabs on, even though the decisions are being run through the brand board, the impact will be on the livestock community. So please do engage either through us or directly with the brand board or Todd if you're interested in where we're going on this. The other points that Madison made, we will not increase fees without looking at how we save money internally. So that's where this efficiency project comes from. We know we are gonna have to raise fees, but can we raise them less because we're saving money by being better at our jobs internally? So
one of the things that you didn't mention is improve the efficiency of services delivered. And I've been thinking about this because a lot of the smaller producers have limited amount of animals, and if they want to take them to process or something, they have to get them brand inspected before they go to processing with a lot of our houses. Having them come out to the house for every little operation doesn't really make sense. Having a central location one day a week where people can run their animals in a trailer through might be a way to deliver more efficient services to those smaller producers.
That's great. Madison's going to share that with Todd.
Yeah.
And definitely delivery of services is part of our overall efficiency. So it's how do our inspectors do their work day to day? Because they drive a lot and they get phone calls and they are on the road for a few hours for that one producer.
Yeah.
So can we deliver services better? Can we use technology more efficiently? How do we streamline our administrative work? We're also looking at our assessment rates for the 5-year assessment in addition to the regular fees you all pay.
And some of the pressure points are when we're moving cattle to the high country and taking them out of the high country. And we ran into some issues of storms heading up. Everyone's trying to get their animals out of the high country in a short window. And so people move their animals without a brand inspection, especially when they are going out of state, and really ran into problems even when they had talked to the brands division, say, hey, I got to do this because he's not going to make it here in time to do a brand inspection. I got to get him out, or I'm not going to get a truck in there this winter to get him out. So some way of thinking about either extending the window of when a brand inspection is good for traveling, or making some sort of an online portal where people can say, hey, we're moving them. You can come look at them at the new location where they haven't mingled with other livestock. It's just something that people can initiate when they really have to do something now.
Yeah, okay, that's really helpful. And we'll be taking a look, at kind of all the elements of this. Some of this work is bound by statute, of course. We're not trying to pose anything on that front, but where we are bound by statute and that's getting in the way, we want to know as well.
And I just, for those of you who will be interacting with your constituents, the fees are set by rules. So this will be by a rulemaking process. So the individuals in your community who are interested in this should know there'll be a public rulemaking process, and it's important that they attend the stakeholder events and also be prepared to come if they want to make comments into the record for the agency and the board to rely on.
And that's going to be sooner than later, at least for an initial fee increase. That might not be the full thing that we're going to do in the full suite of this process, but I think we're actually looking likely this year to have to put something on the books to increase fees. So to Billy's point, please, just like any rulemaking, that rule won't technically come through the Ag Commission because the brand board will be voting on that rule. But we will brief you as often as you'd like in between meetings, at meetings, and then of course happy to connect you with the work specifically going on at the brand board on this. But it will go through Madison. So Madison is our constant.
We'll receive updates on that where we can share on the rulemaking process so our constituents can participate.
Yep, we'll make sure if we can note Madison and Amera that we can make this a standing item for the Ag Commission, both in our emails and in our meetings.
And maybe making a portal that people can put comments on about how it's working for them, just so you can see what you're doing internal stuff. How's it working for the producers that you're serving?
Yep, I like that. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, 2 more quick updates for the group. And this one we discussed last night around the Climate Smart Marketing Expansion Funding Opportunity. It's a lot of words there. So the Markets Division is awarding a total of $90,000 in awards, with the maximum award being $30,000. And interested parties were encouraged to apply. The proposal deadline was March 17th, so that was Monday. And between the 18th and the 25th, they're going to be reviewing these applications that they have received. and they hope to announce awards at the end of March or early April. So they're going to be moving pretty quickly on these, and we hope to be able to provide updates on who the awardees are at the May Ag Commission meeting. And then our final one is, this is a press release that was put out by our communications department around the significant decline in Japanese beetle population in Mesa County. And so this is a really, really big deal. So some background, March 2023, Japanese beetle was declared a public nuisance in Mesa County, Colorado. And this was a collaborative effort between CSU Extension, CDA, and the city of Grand Junction and Mesa County. And these efforts have resulted in an 85% reduction in the beetle population, which is incredible. The eradication project again began in July of 2023, and the treatment started also later that year. This number of Japanese beetles decreased from about 5,700 to 830 in the treatment area. So that was just in 1 year, from 2023 to 2024. CDA provided a one-time grant of $110,000 to Mesa County to support these treatment efforts. And Mesa County, this is not the first time, right, this has come around. And so back in the early 2000s, Mesa County had a successful eradication of a Japanese beetle infestation by 99% for like 5 years in the early 2000s. And so it's like, okay, let's revisit what we did well and let's do that again. And so that's really great news for us in the space. And so hopefully you all got that news, that update, that press release that was announced through comms. And if you don't, we can attach that to the follow-up for Ag Commission members for the review. Okay. If you have any questions, please let me know, but thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madison. Moving on here to legislative policy and budget updates. Jordan?
Hi, everybody. I hope you're doing well, and wish I could be there with all of you. I tried to move to a quieter place a few minutes ago, but a pack of people followed me and are sitting behind me talking. So let me know if it's too loud and you can't hear me, and I'll try to move to another location. So we're a little bit over halfway through the legislative session, got a lot of work going on here at the Capitol. So I've got a number of updates for all of you on legislation and budget as well. But I'll start with a bit of an update on Ag Day at the Capitol, as Commissioner Greenberg mentioned a little bit earlier in her update. Ag Council did put on Ag Day at the Capitol yesterday, and we had a really nice lunch and featured a bunch of the different organizations that are part of Ag Council. CSU's Meat Lab did provide the food for Ag Day. And, you know, I think we probably had about 400 or 500 people roll through during the about hour and a half we were set up here in the Capitol. The governor also came by and read his Ag Day proclamation. So that was great to see him. You know, a lot of legislators coming through. So again, it was bringing back a little bit of the excitement that Ag Day used to be prior to the pandemic, when it was you know, quite the spectacle and the day that most people look forward to the most at the Capitol. So again, just a shout out to our colleagues at Ag Council, and particularly Aaron Carney at CCA and Tyler Garrett at RMFU, who are the chair and vice chair of Ag Council this year, respectively, for organizing the event yesterday and really putting it on and highlighting all of Colorado Ag for our legislators down here at the Capitol. So again, it was a great day, and you know, been great highlighting it, and missed all of you, but that's all right. We got good representation down here as well. So also, as the Commissioner mentioned, this is budget week. The Joint Budget Committee got their March budget forecast from both the Legislative Council as well as the Governor's Office of State Budget and Planning and Budget on Monday. Everybody was kind of eagerly awaiting those forecasts, because that's the forecast that they use to balance next year's budget. And next year's budget, just a reminder, runs from July 1st through the end of June 2026. And so with those forecasts, they get a good sense of exactly how much money is going to be available to spend for the remaining part of this fiscal year and for all of next fiscal year. Really the main takeaways from those forecasts are, relatively speaking, they're expecting about the same amount of money to spend next year as they were anticipating based upon the December forecast, maybe a little bit more money. However, the big thing to be aware of is that both the legislative forecast and the governor's forecast have a very, very high level of uncertainty moving forward. There's a lot of moving pieces with our economy, a lot of things that are happening at the federal level that can impact the state's economy, the threat of tariffs, pulling them back, putting them back on again, are having an impact on the state budget and incomes coming in. And so again, while as of right now, kind of the amount of funding that's available again is remaining pretty steady. There is probably more uncertainty in the state's budget over the next year to 2 years than there have been probably since the 2020 when we went through COVID budget cuts. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that quite closely. And so, as they move through the budget process for this year and set things, it is always a possibility that things will change enough throughout the next year that they will have to come back and make some additional modifications to the budget, especially if things change at the federal level regarding reimbursement rates for healthcare, things like that. That could have a very significant impact on the budget and require the legislature to come back and session and tackle some of those challenges as well. So with this budget forecast, like I said, doesn't change things a whole lot from previous forecasts, but that's also not a rosy picture for the state budget. So we are still a little over $1 billion kind of in the hole if we continued spending as normal with what we have available to spend as a state. So the challenges that we have are not that we're not bringing in enough revenue as a state. It's that the amount of money that the state can expend is capped by TABOR, the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. And so we're kind of in this unique situation where there are going to continue to be tax refunds going out the door, but the state is also going to have to cut back on spending on discretionary programs because things like, again, healthcare spending, education spending that are required under law or new constitution continue to go up. So again, it's just putting additional pressure on the budget on things that are discretionary and the legislature can pull back on. So with that in mind, we've been having a lot of discussions really since the governor's budget came out November 1st about kind of what impacts that would be on the Department of Agriculture. And just to kind of refresh folks, in that November budget, we did put forward 4 budget requests. So these are essentially changes to our base budget at the department. The first budget request that we put forward was for increased funding to help support our animal disease traceability program and animal health. We're seeing increased costs there, decreasing federal funding coming in to support that. So we did go to the legislature to ask them for additional general fund dollars to help support that program. The JBC, the Joint Budget Committee, did approve that request, although they didn't modify it. So some of the funding for that, increased funding for disease traceability will come from the general fund, and some of that will come out of the agricultural management cash fund within the department. So it'll be split between kind of general fund tax dollars and some of the cash funds we have in the department. So we can support that with those cash funds. So we're happy with that going through as it is with that split. The second request that we put forward was to fund our soil health program. As many of you know, when this was originally put forward and created by the legislature, They did not provide us any ongoing state funding to run the soil health program. And so our team's done a fantastic job of building this program with, initially with private foundation funding, then with grants from the USDA, other state agencies. However, again, there's a lot of uncertainty with that type of funding. And so really what we're looking for is a baseline level of funding for this program. And so we did ask the Joint Budget Committee for about $300,000 in general fund money and two FTE, two staff ongoing for this program. They did initially deny that request. We have since come back and asked them to essentially reconsider that request and fund it with cash funds using, again, our agricultural management cash fund, knowing that there just isn't general fund dollars this year, and that wouldn't have gone through continuing to request general fund dollars for that. We are hopeful that they will approve that, but it's still up in the air. The biggest hurdle we have to overcome with that is really convincing them that even though it's cash funds and not general fund, that now is an appropriate time to increase spending on a program like this. Had some really good conversations with the chair of the committee, who's very supportive of the program. But we're just gonna have to wait and see kind of the outcome of the Joint Budget Committee votes, which could come as soon as this afternoon. Our third request that we did put forward was it was a net zero budget request. It was to reorganize how our budget is structured in the long bill and match it with our administrative structure within the department. The Joint Budget Committee approved this in concept, but is not going to be making that change this year. They're going to look to make that change next year, just because of the amount of work involved on their staff's end to make this happen. So again, they did agree with that, just pushed it off another year. The fourth request that we had was kind of a redistribution of state fair funding. So this decreased their general fund support by $450,000 while increasing their spending authority by the same amount, $450,000. So this allowed us, the department, to help, again, contribute to some of the statewide cuts that are needed in general fund while maintaining the state fair's operational budget. And so again, using their cash funds, they have a significant reserve right now. And so we'll kind of initially spend down that reserve, and they're able to, again, recoup some of those costs with ticket sales and things like that. So again, trying to balance that, helping out the overall state budget situation while trying to maintain our budgets and our services as much as possible. So those were the change requests that we initially had. We also did put forward a controlled maintenance and capital construction request for the state fair. The capital construction request is for construction on Gate 5. That was prioritized by the governor in his budget. It was the fifth priority under the capital construction projects. However, when the Capital Development Committee reviewed all of the projects that were put forward this year, they didn't move it down their list fairly significantly to a position where we don't believe that'll get funded this year. So we'll likely be looking at other options to how we can make some of those capital projects happen in future years. In addition to those requests that were put forward in our November 1st budget, we've been engaging in a lot of conversations with the governor's office and the Joint Budget Committee on how to further reduce our budget, again, to help close that $1 billion gap that the state has. And in doing so, we've really tried to prioritize maintaining our programs and services as much as possible, maintaining kind of our staff. And so we have taken a number of additional cuts to CDA, and there's still a few that potential on the table that I'll run through real quickly here. But again, our goal with these is to maintain our services as much as possible and not completely eliminate various programs. So the Joint Budget Committee has already voted on a number of these and approved some reductions, one-time reductions in several cash funds that we have. One of those is to eliminate the rodent control cash fund. There's only about $26,000 remaining in that cash fund. We actually asked them to do this 2 years ago, and they said no because it requires a bill, and they didn't want to take the time to do it. Now that they're in a budget crunch, they're willing to take that $26,000 from us. Again, it's a cash fund that's no longer used, and there's just money sitting in there. So they'll sweep that and put that in the general fund. They will also be taking $620,000 out of the agricultural management cash fund. This is something that we can sustain on a one-time basis. We've had kind of increased contributions into that cash fund over the past few years. So we can, again, sustain that one-time reduction without impacting any of our priorities or programs that are funded through the AMF cash fund. They're also sweeping $20,000 from the Cervidae disease cash fund. This is just interest earnings off of that cash fund. So all of the baseline proceeds in that cash fund have been paid by producers. And so again, we fought to maintain any of the funds that were put in by producers, but they are sweeping a bit of the interest earnings that fund has made over the years. The next one is the Disease Livestock Indemnity Cash Fund. They're going to be transferring about $250,000 out of that cash fund. It currently has about $750,000 in it, so they'll leave us $500,000 remaining in there. This is a cash fund that we use, but rarely. So every few years, we might dip into this through the Animal Health Division for indemnity payments. Those are usually small, and we do think that remaining $500,000 in there is sufficient for our purposes going forward, as most indemnity payments are made by the USDA. So again, it's a rarely used cash fund, but it is something that is nice to have when we do need it. So those are all the kind of one-time sweeps of money out of our cash funds this year. Additionally, there's some ongoing cuts that are being made in general fund support. So one of those areas is we've gone through and agreed to make some modifications to how we apply some of our overall kind of department costs to federal grants and federal cooperative agreements versus general fund. So right now, for some of our federally funded employees within the department, the general fund does pay for some of their overhead costs, some of their benefits, things like that. We've worked with the Department of Personnel Administration, Governor's Office, and JBC to move some of that back onto the federal funding. And so this year, that'll save the state about $630,000 in general fund. That'll increase to about $1 million next year. We also, the JVC did reduce our funding for our noxious weed grant program by about $250,000 general fund as well. That leaves about $500,000 available for noxious weed grants going to local governments every year. And then the last cut that they've already voted on is a $200,000 ongoing cut to our agrivoltaics grant program. So that leaves $300,000 a year that's available through that grant program. There's one other cut that is still on the table, and it may happen today. The JVC staff did propose cutting our equine grant welfare grant program that was created in statute last year. This program gets $200,000 of general fund a year for 3 years, and so we're 1 year into it. Their proposal right now would cut the remaining 2 years out of that program. Again, expect them to potentially vote on that this afternoon to see if they're going to end up cutting that as well. The last thing that remains on the table is funding that we received through the marijuana cash tax fund. Um, we receive a little over $1 million a year from that fund. Um, that fund is experienced about a 20 to 30% shortfall in tax collections from marijuana sales. And so they are looking at cuts there. The governor's office did submit a proposal to the JBC on Monday to cut programs that aren't directly related to regulating the marijuana industry. And so we're hopeful that the Joint Budget Committee accepts the governor's proposal for that cut, because that would maintain all of the funding that the department gets, which goes to our pesticide program and our labs, again, to help enforce the pesticide regulations on the marijuana industry and to test for pesticide residue in marijuana products. So we're hopeful that we'll be able to maintain that funding, but it is a decision that is yet to be made by the Joint Budget Committee. I'm going to stop there because I'm going to move on from budget onto legislative items here next, but I just want to stop and see if there's any questions that folks have on the budget at this point.
Where are we on percentage of cuts to the budget? You know, you'd asked for what, 10% cuts? Where are we on that?
Yes. So we're trying to do a running total. It's a little bit hard to calculate because there are several statewide requests that would potentially impact the department as well. There's some requests that would like sweep all the interest from our cash funds, things like that. But last we calculated, I think it's about a 14% general fund reduction for next fiscal year. So there wasn't kind of that official 10% target. I know the Joint Budget Committee talked about that a lot, but there wasn't an official target. Again, we were just been trying to work in good faith with the legislature and the governor's office, trying to identify funding in a way that would have minimal impacts on programs.
Thanks.
All right. Well, if there's any other questions, just jump in, but I'll move on since I know we're tight on time today. Just wanted to let you all know too that we had 2 state fair board confirmations that were up this year. Both Bill Hybl and John Singletary were up for second terms, and they did get confirmed by the Senate yesterday. So we're glad to have them back on the state fair board for another term. So this year, CDA is working on now 4 kind of agenda items and agenda bills. The first bill that you all have heard about was House Bill 1084. This is the one that removed gender neutral or removed gender language from Title 35 and really just updated our entire Title 35 to modern drafting standards. This bill is now passed through the legislature and is waiting for the governor's signature to become law. The next bill that was introduced is Senate Bill 176. This is the sunset bill that will reauthorize the commodity handler and farm products programs within our Inspection and Consumer Services Division. That bill did have its first hearing and passed out of Senate Ag. It's now just sitting in appropriations, waiting for them to finish budget work. That will make it through with no problems, but they just tend to hold up any bills that have a budget impact until after the budget is set and finalized. It doesn't have any change in our budget for those programs. It's just because they need to reauthorize it, to reauthorize the spending authority for that program. The next bill that we've been working on is House Bill 1283. This is essentially a reauthorization of our wild horse program, as well as implementing some recommendations from the Wild Horse Working Group that was convened under a bill that was passed 2 years ago that initially created the wild horse program within CDA. Again, we anticipate continuing this program, kind of utilizing existing resources that were provided to the program 2 years ago. We did receive $1.5 million to run this program. As of right now, we have about $500,000 remaining. And kind of next fiscal year, we anticipate there'll be about $350,000 remaining. And so again, this would extend that program beyond its current repeal date, which is December 31st of 2025. That bill just this morning passed out of the House on a vote of 56-8, and so that's now on its way to the Senate. The last bill that we are working on is a new one for all of you. This came together kind of late here in the past couple of weeks and just got introduced and was up for its first committee hearing on Monday. This is House Bill 1299. This is a bill to voluntary tax checkoff. So for those of you that aren't familiar with that, when you file your state income taxes, there is an option to donate or gift money to a number of causes. Right now, there's 17 different options that you can gift some of your state refund to. So this bill would add another option onto that to provide money to the Animal Protection Fund, which is a cash fund within CDA. And as part of this bill, we are looking to expand what we can use that cash fund for. And so the purpose of this is folks can voluntarily provide money to the department that we can then use to support pet animals and livestock during emergencies or situations where there's critical care needed. And so this would be to provide veterinary care, temporary shelter, and temporary feed, again, for livestock and pet animals during emergencies. So think if there's a wildfire where there's an evacuation, or there's a blizzard on the Eastern Plains and there needs to be feed provided and there's huge diesel costs, to get a cat out to deliver those. This fund could be used for things like that. And it also could be used for cases where we do have suspected neglect or abuse and animals have to be removed from their owners and taken care of temporarily. This could help fund and offset some of the costs associated with providing veterinary care, shelter, and housing in those situations as well. All of the funds that would come in through this, because they're essentially gifts, are exempt from TABOR, from the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. And so again, this is a way for folks in the state to voluntarily provide some funding, again, to support livestock and pet animals in crisis and during emergencies. So on that bill, we do have the Majority Leader Monica Duran in the House signed on to that, as well as Representative Armagost, who's a Republican. And then in the Senate, we do have Senator Roberts, who's the chair of the Ag Committee. And then the Republican sponsor in the Senate is Rod Feltman on that one. Are there any questions on the agenda bills that CDA is working on before I touch on some other bills? Oh, great. Not seeing anyone. So there's a number of other bills that we're tracking and kind of working on. I'm going to just run through this list pretty quickly here. Again, I know we're short on time, but then happy to answer any questions folks have on specific bills that you're interested in or you're tracking. There are a few bills related to veterinary workforce and veterinary health that we are kind of tracking this year. There's House Bill 1285 that would create some additional kind of requirements around the Veterinary Professional Associate, or VPA, that was passed by the voters this fall. We're working with a lot of folks on that bill. There are some concerns on our end and from the governor's office about putting additional restrictions on a program that was just created by the voters. There's also a veterinary telehealth bill that would expand the definition of veterinary telehealth, and that is a bill that CDA did in the governor's office do support. There's a lot of conversation about that bill. There was testimony on it last week that was laid over. There wasn't a vote on it. Trying to work out some potential amendments to be able to move that forward this week. In addition to kind of move on from the veterinary side of things, there are a number of labor-related bills that are moving forward this year. First one I want to mention is Senate Bill 128. This is a bill that would modify the access requirements for key service providers. So in Senate Bill 87 a few years ago, there was a requirement that allowed access to key service providers to places of employment. There was a Supreme Court decision right after that bill passed out of California that addressed a similar requirement in California and ruled that one unconstitutional. And so the bill put forward this year would repeal the requirements in Senate Bill 87 that the proponents of 128 felt were unconstitutional. And so that bill has been moving forward pretty quickly through the process, already moved through the Senate and is moving and passed the House Ag Committee earlier this week. And so we do anticipate that to be signed into law. It does maintain the ability for ag workers to have access to key service provider on employer-provided housing, as well as maintains the Department of Labor and Employment's ability to draft rules requiring virtual access at the employer's place of employment. So I think, telephone access, internet virtual access, especially when they're required to work overtime hours. There's another bill that we are working on right now that would, I'm trying to find the number here. It's House Bill 1286, which would put both new heat and cold requirements on employers for their employees. This would apply to every sector in the state, and it would also apply to state agencies as well. So this would be additional extreme heat protections than currently exist for ag workers, as well as adding cold protections when temperatures dip below 30 degrees. This is a bill that the governor's office as of right now is opposing. And has quite a large fiscal note attached to it. So it's going to face a tough challenge getting through the legislature as of now. It is something that we do anticipate that the department will testify in opposition on as that moves forward. There's also a number of Not surprisingly, there's a number of bills moving through that impact pet animals and our PACFA and program. So one of those that we've been working on is House Bill 1137, which impacts both an existing tax checkoff as well as a license plate fund that goes to supporting nonprofits to provide spay and neuter services. The bill would kind of modify the makeup of the board that oversees that, which is technically that's under CDA, and as the board is appointed by the commissioner. And so we're just following that one pretty closely there, and are supportive of that bill as it's moving through. There's a bill, Senate Bill 85, which is currently under CDPHE, which would require reporting for animals used in health research and whether or not they are adopted out. That's a bill that was introduced last year and didn't make it through and has kind of been pared back this year. There is a possibility that that does get moved under the Department of Agriculture. And so we are watching that one very closely there, but it's not a regulatory program. It's just a reporting requirement. So again, watching that one. There's House Bill 1180, which has now moved its way through the legislature, which would prohibit the sale and transfer of pet animals in public spaces. This largely matches our existing rule structure. So again, we've been kind of closely watching that as it moves through the process, but it won't have significant impacts on the PACFA program. The last, there's kind of two more animal related bills I'll mention. Senate Bill 53 is a bill that would classify bison as wildlife unless otherwise classified as livestock. So this bill really impacts CPW's statutes to clarify that bison are wildlife unless under our statutes they are livestock. So we've worked with them and looked at our statutes to make sure that it doesn't impact any of CDA statutes under the Animal Health Division or the Brands Division there. And so we'll be watching that as that does move forward. And then the last kind of animal related one is Senate Bill 38. This was a bill that CDA and CPW supported that provided additional protections for the personal information of people that submit wildlife damage claims or use non-lethal deterrents. Again, this is largely targeted towards wolf depredations, but kind of applies more broadly. Again, this is something that we were in support of as it was moving through the process. And let's see. Last two bills I'll mention, and then I'll be done, and we can answer any questions, and you can move on with your day. Is Senate Bill 39 was an interim committee bill that does exempt agricultural buildings from energy use reporting requirements. This is something that we had worked with Energy Office on for quite a long time to try to get some clarification. This bill will finally create that clarification in statute, and do anticipate that to move forward without any issues. The last one that I'm going to mention is House Bill 1274. This is a bill that would put forward a referendum to the voters around funding for the Healthy School Meals for All program. As many of you are aware of, the funding that's come in for that program has not been sufficient to meet the needs to fully fund it. And so, again, this would put a question to the voters, kind of two questions. One, asking them if the state can retain excess money that came in under the existing kind of tax structure for that. And the second would be whether or not the tax can be increased to more fully fund that program, which is facing a fairly significant shortfall. So with that, I'm going to stop there and see if there's any questions from folks.
Any questions for Jordan? Seeing none, Jordan. Anything else? A lot of information.
See, I'm not, sorry to overwhelm you with all of that, but yeah, it's things are heating up again. After this week, we should have a good sense of where the department's budget is at, and so we'll be able to update all of you on that next month, as well as, again, things are going to start moving quickly here towards the remainder of session, and so keep you updated. But as always, I know legislative session moves more quickly than our monthly meetings. So if there are bills you are concerned about, if there are things you are interested in, please do reach out to me directly, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on things in between meetings as well. That's it. So thank you all, and hope you have a good rest of your meeting.
Thanks,
Okay,
Jordan.
thank you, Jordan.
Thanks, Jordan.
Okay, moving on, I think let's just take a break and reconvene at 11. Okay, and we'll stretch our legs, and I know down the hall, and when you enter to the right-hand side are the restrooms if everybody needs to go, and there's some snacks over here, so we'll reconvene at 11. We'll get back on the agenda. Next on the agenda is the Regional Assistant Commissioner updates. And we have, George, you want to get us started with some?
Sure, I can go ahead.
Thank you.
It's nice to be here and be here in person with everybody. I kind of missed that. I haven't done it for a while, so rather than looking at you on TV or a computer screen, it's good. My kind of ag commission related work lately has been sort of just going around and reassuring people that the Colorado Department of Agriculture is not the federal government in some ways, and there's been a lot of people that are really concerned about what's going on, and especially anybody that's working with grants, the food hub, the food bank, those kind of people, because I work with them with meat anyway, so they've been reaching out and kind of wondering, and nobody knows for sure where they're going to land, but you know, I kind of tried to reassure them. And for one thing, you know, building that local and regional food supply might be a good thing if they didn't just totally rely on grant, and that we build a real economy there that has, you know, people are a little more efficient maybe, and we can kind of work, you know, build a little more resilient program inside our own communities. So we've been talking a little bit about that and thinking about that, and I'm sure we're going to have to do some, you know, some belt tightening around that. Except tomorrow is my interview for the 120-250 thing. I feel like some sort of a relic, or I'm not real sure how I feel about that, but it is. I am honored to be involved in that, and I have stories to tell, and I love to go out and talk to people, and I use my sheep camp stories as metaphors sometimes too, when I talk to people about what's going on and ways to be resilient and ways to, you know, take something under your feet, pick it up and make use of it, and be more self-sufficient, and also kind of, I'm trying to, you know, keep people's confidence in agriculture, that we're here, the processes are going on in the soil and the animals, and you know, we're all still here, and so that's kind of what I've been doing most recently. Coming up, I haven't, other than this interview, and there's something else coming on in the near future, but anyway, that's kind of been what I've been doing, and keeping up, talking about water, Colorado Potato Administration, talking to potato farmers around the valley. Water is always a big issue in our valley, of course, and going to water meetings and listening to what's going on with the different sub-districts and the different wells and different regions, but everything is really kind of in flux right now, no matter where it's at, and nobody really knows for sure what's going to happen. The weather, of course, isn't helping a whole lot. Looking like a real dry year. Right now, Swatch Creek is running probably 25-30 CFS, and if you don't have a winter recharge decree, the water's running out, and there's no snow, so it's kind of hard to say what's going to be the peak. You know, it's warmed up. I have a moisture sensor in my meadow, part of my soil health program, and the ground thawed out on February 24th. And so it got above 0 Celsius and started. So the moisture came up. You know, there's water available for plants according to the little sensor, but the plants are not awake yet, and it's way early. And of course, now with the wind, we're going to see a lot of evaporation of that stored soil moisture, and it'll be interesting to see how that, you know, those deep roots that I have, how long they hang on to that, and if I have to start irrigating earlier, or you know, what I'm going to need to do. But it's an interesting process, and things are always different. So that's my report.
Thank you, George. Riley?
Yeah, so it's a lot of similarities to what George is talking about. I've been working though on joint partnership that's Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and then also it's Great Outdoors Colorado. They've formed a partnership in our region now that's known as Southeast Colorado ROAM, Regional Outdoors Advancement, I can't remember, movement. Anyways, we're working to just advance the outdoor opportunity and ag input in our communities, trying to be a part and a voice in that. They want some agriculture influence for sure, and just really need some assistance, just people at the table to get things going. And I'm looking forward to that. I think it'll be a great opportunity for the Eastern Plains, especially in this one, Southeastern. So that's a good work. And then I've met with several groups, Cattle Women's and different groups. I can't remember them all, but just public engagement, kind of getting a heartbeat on what's going on locally. Been monitoring the NITSE corridor and just continuing to watch that at a federal level. Now we're kind of in limbo waiting to see what's going to be the next step. And the April 15th now, I believe, is the end of the comment period. So if you haven't got your comments in there, make sure you do. A lot of those type of conversations privately. And then, yeah, the cattle market is where it should be. So we're thankful for that. And the commodities, on the other hand, are terrible. And I don't know, if we have another farm year like this previous year, it's going to be tough on a lot of producers of all stages, brand new beginning farmers, heritage farms, whatever. It's going to be really difficult to maintain those prices if we have to endure that again, especially if we don't have any added moisture and water in the river. That's about all I have there.
If I can, real quick, Simon, I don't see Nick Purchase on. Is she on? Okay, so I do want to give Nick a shout out as well as 2 other staff. We have 3 of our CDA staff recognized by the Denver Business Journal and Farm Bureau as leaders in agriculture this year. So Cindy Lair, who's Evan's deputy in conservation, Nick Purchase, and Jesse Lassiter, who is our Southwest non-lethal conflict mitigation specialist based out of Bayfield with the Wolf program. So really great to see CDA so well represented in ag leadership statewide. And they'll be recognized tomorrow night in Denver at Spur for a reception for that.
I did forget to mention, I attended a meeting in Buena Vista, Wolf, and sat there, with the public and CPW's presentation on wolf reintroduction. And that meeting was a little less tense than some of the earlier ones I'd been at. I think people are kind of settling into it a little more, maybe. I don't know, maybe it's just maybe a little less present in that part of the country yet. A lot of concern, certainly, but the wolf thing is, I think, some of the real early tension, and maybe going away a little bit. We'll see what happens. We'll see what the wolves do and how much more tension they cause. But that was another thing that I had done.
I'd like to add one more thing as well. I've been attending several meetings. Lower Arkansas Water Conservancy District has put on a film screening, and there's a lot of concern still with producers and the development of water going to the municipalities. And not that everybody's against that. There's ways that we can work together, but there's a lot of tension and turmoil, just as far as nobody wants to lose the economic prosperity in our rural areas and see that develop to the Front Range. And there's a lot of comments like, we would love to see the prosperity brought to these rural communities rather than taken out of it. And just something to keep an eye on and be aware of, that it's a big issue. And if the water leaves, the prosperity usually goes with it.
Thank you. I don't know if Joe is, or Nick. Okay. Well, thank you, George Ryder, for your updates. Moving on here, is there any discussion on CDA's priorities moving forward?
I just want to comment on the wolf thing. I know that CDA now has staff sort of helping in that situation around the state. And I think that I attended one of the wolf meetings as well in Glenwood. And you're right, it was much more collaborative rather than fighting the reintroduction or having negative comments. And so the range riding program that's been an initiative is very popular. I think they've hired all the range riders now. Everyone's looking forward to working with it. They hired mostly local folks in the communities that's going to have them. Everyone has a very positive outlook. So I agree. I think the wolf thing and having Dustin Schiffrin up in the area where he's from, very helpful. Everybody knows him, comfortable calling these people the range riders. So I think it's going actually much better this year. I hope that it continues that way through the summer. But the collaboration with CDA and the Department of Wildlife is really working well.
It's great to hear. Yeah.
Thank you.
I read a couple articles over Christmas time and talking with Riley yesterday about the depredation payments and those finally getting paid out. And I was just kind of wondering about the timeliness of those depredation payments and going to see if those were going to be closer to the incident or how to get those producers reimbursed on a more timely manner. Has there been any discussion on that?
Yeah, I can speak to that at a high level, and happy to get more details from Parks and Wildlife. So the majority of those depredation claims came in right at the end of the year. So the claims themselves weren't submitted by the landowners immediately following the depredation. They were submitted once they had compiled all their data. So CPW took, the time they needed to verify the claim, which in effect was, I think, a matter of no more than 2 months between the submission of the claims and the payments. So I think going forward, I know CPW has been vocal in their commitment to having a tight turnaround, but they've got to do a thorough review as well.
Sure.
And I think hiding the names of the people with the request for reimbursement will really help because that made a lot of angst for people to apply for. I know people who didn't even bother because they didn't want their names public. And so that'll sort of open up channels a little bit better as well.
Sure.
Do they have to take that in front of the commission, the CPW commission, for approval of reimbursement, or is it just?
I believe that's at the staff level, but I can double check on process.
Just curious.
Yeah. Vision. I think you can appeal to the commission for review. Yeah. And so the CDA, we have, Wayne East has done a fantastic job building out his team. So Dustin Shiflett up in Catherine's country, Jesse Lassiter down here, and Shelby Nyberger up in Northwest Colorado, who's a former brand inspector. So really great skill set on our team. CPW has hired 12 contract range riders who will be deployed as needed. So we're not deploying all of them right now, but during range season, you're likely to see more folks out there. So that's the team, and you'll get to know them hopefully over time.
They set a really high bar for salary for those, so that's a little difficult. And we're hiring private ones in our territory. The bar's high for wages.
Yep, we're gonna ask them to put in a lot of work when the time comes.
Yeah,
nights, mornings, long days, tough weather, tough country,
and being on call all the time.
Being on call, yep, and being able to deploy across Wolf Country, which now goes into Teller County.
Yeah,
but we do have county by county hires as well, so we should be able to do some post or geographic.
I think it looks like it should work well.
Any other at this time? Okay, moving on here to outreach opportunities.
Yeah, so just want to say thank you again for coming to last night's public forum. If you do want to look in the document that Madison referenced earlier, I do have kind of a write-up from last year's, the numbers that we did, kind of the impacts that we saw based on our public forums last year. And it seems like people are interested in attending, so we're going to keep doing them, even though we only have a couple more in-person meetings left this year. But thank you for being there. It's always great to hear from the public, and we're trying to do that more. So we do have our next one in Rifle in July. So we'll be working with Joe and whoever else on here. I'm trying to think who. Yeah, Catherine, there we are. I'm here sitting right next to you. Oh, right there. To kind of think through what that looks like for every region and who should be there and things like that. There's always stuff that I learned from each one. Should have invited this person, or maybe I should have thought about that. So they're flexible and evolving. And thank you also to Colleen for Ag Day, your letter to the editor that went out. It was really great to be able to have some representation from the Ag Commission talking about that, since that was yesterday. And then moving forward, as Kate mentioned, the 150-250 project participation. So I am representing CDA at tribal liaison meetings. I'm not our formal tribal liaison, but I'm as close as we're going to get for a while. So if you do have thoughts around that, we are looking for opportunities to get that messaging out once we have a little bit more of a concrete plan in place. We're working with Philosophy. Communication is kind of overseeing the entire 150-250 project for the entire state, but also helping us at CDA. So we've started initial meetings with their staff. And so I will be kind of helping you guys to figure out how can we get that messaging out? How can we help to celebrate it in every region in a way that makes sense for the people that you work with and live with? Because obviously every region of Colorado looks different, has a different flavor. Some of us, like in the Southwest in particular, maybe haven't been, we've been a state for a certain amount of time, but the communities are older than the state. So how do we really, celebrate that and recognize that? And so working with the tribes is going to be very critical to making sure that we get everybody represented. And then just a quick update on some outreach stuff that we've done in the past that we kind of had to take a pause on. One is the Green River raft trip. So that's something that Billy and Catherine have gotten to participate in. And we work really closely with the National Park Service and the insectary in Palisade. But due to kind of the upheaval at the federal level, we're going to be taking a pause on that trip for this year. Want to make sure that our federal partners are feeling the least amount of stress that we can put on them. So we are going to be looking at an alternate option, so more information to come on that once we have a little bit more solidified. But just if you had any questions about that or thought about that at all, that's kind of one of our major outreach efforts each year. So that's not going to be happening at the way that it has in the past, at least for this year. And then also piggybacking on Madison's talk about the Colorado State Fair meeting. Sorry, you guys mentioned stuff. It's great. It was really awesome to be part of that meeting and to think through the ways that the State Fair Board is wanting to reach out into their communities to be able to get more participation, not only at the fair itself, but also with county fairs and supporting the efforts that are happening in their communities. And I see you all and our regional assistant commissioners is very vital to that work as well. So hopefully I'll be able to connect with their linkage committee, as I think what it's called, to talk through maybe what that looks like in all of the different areas of Colorado, and then see how we can connect you all and our regional assistant commissioners so we can really get a lot of bang for our buck when we go out into those communities and try to let them know that, Colorado State Fair is a very vital part of CDA, and it helps us to accomplish a lot of the priorities that Kate mentioned last night with stewardship and youth development and all of that. And so we're all kind of pulling towards the same priorities. So how do we do that in a way that's the most effective? So we'll continue to follow up on that. And then kind of at the CDA level with outreach, we do have a division outreach meeting every month. It's a comm/outreach. So once a month, it's a more communications emphasis. The other month, it's outreach. I would like to extend an invitation to you all to attend that if you would like. If there's ever any kind of topics that we're going to be talking about that you're interested in. I know senior management and the regional assistant commissioners are kind of rolled into that sometimes, but we are looking at more education for our staff. They have expressed an interest in knowing more about agriculture in general, because a lot of them who are being hired maybe know a little bit about some parts of ag, but maybe not all of, like who is CDA, what do we do, what does ag look like in different parts of Colorado. So we're starting to look through more education around just ag in general. And I would love to pull some of you all into that as resident experts in your areas as well, if you're amenable to that. So I'll talk to you all about that more as we get that more figured out. But we're trying to make those connections between what's happening at CDA and make it relevant for what's happening in Colorado as well. So what's the final thing? Oh, a quick update on kind of our ag workers, the program, the Aldo Para runs. He does have 2 new staff that have started just in the last few weeks, Ruben and Ricky. And so our team at Comms has had an opportunity to meet with them. Sonia Jaquez is our bilingual kind of outreach specialist on our team. And so we're doing some more really specific thinking around how do we work with ag workers and with the Spanish language community in general, that a lot of our inspectors work with. So we're starting to dip our toes into that area and really think through, you know, what makes sense for outreach and engagement with that particular community. So just wanted to give you guys an update that is a conversation that will be ongoing into the next several months. We have a monthly check-in set with Aldo's team to kind of figure out, you know, what support do they need. And I know that that's been top of mind for a lot of people with, again, kind of the federal upheaval and what does that mean for, you know, migrant workers, for our ag farm workers program. So we want to stay on top of that, and they're doing an incredible job already. So we want to support the work that they're doing, but also make it easy for people who are doing work in those communities who've never worked with the Spanish language community to have a better understanding of what does that mean and how do you do that with sensitivity and understanding of kind of what their lives look like. So another topic that we're going to be thinking through for the division outreach meeting if you're interested. So I'll try to get that. I'll try to be better about getting that information out to you guys ahead of time so that if you are interested in it, you can participate. Yeah, lots going on in my little region of San Luis Valley. Questions, comments?
Any questions for Brett? Thank you. Moving on to a briefing on the rules pertaining to the agricultural stewardship tax credit. Looks like we got Kristen, Rosie, and John on Zoom. So whoever wants to start first with this next topic.
Thank you. This is Kristen Boyson. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yes.
Seeing some nods. Great. Good morning, everybody. I'm Kristen Boyson. I'm the Managing Director of CDA's Agricultural Drought and Climate Resilience Office, ADCRO for short. Thank you very much for having us. I'm going to share a couple slides. And while I do that, just wanted to note I have, like Simon said, with me Rosie Scavran, who's our program assistant for the ADCRO office, and John Miller, who is our soil health program manager. And the 3 of us, plus the whole conservation services team and a bunch of other folks, have been working on this agricultural stewardship tax credit. So today we're just going to talk about the general program, kind of our process that we've laid out in the rules, which we have filed with the Secretary of State as draft rules. And we're going to have our public hearing in April. You guys will see this again at your next commission meeting to approve, hopefully, fingers crossed. And then we'll have it finalized this summer. So shout out to Billy and Brenna and his team at the AG's office. They've been very helpful these last couple of weeks getting these rules in tip-top shape. Like I said, our soil health team really helped out in developing our program, as did several other conservation division programs. So it's been a cool collaboration. And Riley and Nick, our regional commissioners, have also heard this spiel in like December or something when they presented to the Colorado Conservation District annual meeting. So thanks to those guys for pitching in. So you may have heard about this tax credit last year when Jordan did his legislative update. This tax credit was passed last year by House Bill 241249. And essentially it's a tax credit for farmers and ranchers who are actively practicing stewardship practices. And that includes any practice that increases soil health, improves water efficiency, and creates more diverse or beneficial ecosystems. So it's a wide bucket of things that we like to see, and a wide bucket of things that we're kind of already incentivizing in a couple of our other conservation services programs, conservation division programs. This legislation was passed last spring, and so we've been working on it to develop the program this winter. and it's going to go into effect in 2026. This tax credit, as far as we can tell, is the first of its kind in that it is based on practices implemented. So we're not refunding people based on receipts. We're not doing it based on how much they paid to do these things. It's only based on if you've done these practices on your operation, which really gives producers a lot of flexibility to do the practice the way they want to do it. And then as long as they meet our definition of what the practice looks like, they'll get their tax credit. The tax credit cannot overlap with existing grants or tax credits. So for example, if a producer is already in our soil health program and getting reimbursed to do soil health practices on a certain acreage, they can't also get this tax credit to do those same practices on that same acreage. However, if they expand their practices to other parts of their operation that aren't enrolled in the soil health program, they can get the tax credit. Or if they start implementing new practices that aren't part of their soil health agreement. The same thing goes, of course, for federal programs. So if someone is currently getting paid to do it with an EQIP grant or contract, they won't be able to get a tax credit. And that's just to avoid kind of the state double paying for things. But like I said, if you expand or if you increase the number of practices you're doing, you can get the tax credit. Importantly, this is a refundable tax credit, meaning that even if you don't owe any taxes, you'll get a tax refund, which is great because we know that producers have very variable tax bases and owe different amounts of tax every year. So this is refundable and it's for the state income tax. Finally, the legislature funded this program for 5 years, 2026 through 2030. And we can give away $3 million every year in tax credits. We've worked with Department of Revenue on this, and they've pretty much given us the responsibility to do all of the defining of practices, and then also making sure reviewing of applications and making sure the practices were done correctly and collecting the documentation for those practices. And Department of Revenue just wants from us the tax credit amount and the tax credit certificate number and your tax ID, whoever was awarded the tax certificate. So they recognize that this is a specialty knowledge thing that they don't have. And so they're really relying on us at Department of Ag to do the main management of the program. So with that, I'm going to pass this over to Rosie, who's going to talk about the process we've been going through this winter.
Thank you, Kristen. Yeah, we have been conducting outreach on this tax credit since August. So from August to February, we were out in the communities talking to folks and hearing feedback about our proposed plan for the tax credit, which has been evolving throughout our outreach process. So we posted 2 different online surveys and received 59 responses, which were often very thorough and thoughtful. Kristen and John presented at 10 different conferences and meetings, which based on our headcount amassed over 410 audience members. And we also hosted 3 virtual webinars, which were focused specifically on the tax credit. And we had over 150 attendees. And I think we had Ag Commission members at those webinars. So thank you so much for coming. And we also hosted meetings with other state agency program managers and ag group leaders. And with all of that feedback that we got, which I believe in your packet, you received a 2-pager that we wrote distilling down the findings that we heard throughout our outreach process. We incorporated that feedback. Specifically, it informed our list of qualified stewardship practices, the application process, and the demonstration methods. So how producers will demonstrate that they actually have implemented these practices. And it also shaped our payment structure pretty significantly. We got a lot of feedback about making sure that the payment structure will work for farms of all sizes and lease types. And with that, I will pass it to John to talk about those qualified stewardship practices.
Thanks, Rosie. So this is our list of qualified stewardship practices that we've come up with for the credit. As Rosie said, we got a lot of feedback from producers and stakeholders that came to our different presentations and outreach events. We also, a few of these were in the bill itself. It had four in there. And then we've also used sort of some common practices that we see people getting good results from in the soil health program. So that's how we came up with this list. These practices are sorted two ways. They're sorted, first, you can see up in the upper right here, they're sorted by annual practice, perennial practice, or supplemental practice, with annual practices being cropland focused, perennial practices being rangeland, orchards, or vineyard focused, and then supplemental practice, which can apply to either cropland or perennial land. There's one caveat to this. In annual practices, under our seasonal crop rotation, we have in that practice definition, there is it includes alley cropping, which would be in orchards or vineyards. So there is one caveat in there hiding when you get to the rules and start looking at them. We also group these practices by category, and the categories are going to be important when we start to look at the payment structure. The categories are sort of based off of ease of implementation and then level of impact towards the stated goals of the bill. So if a practice is fairly easy to implement, and maybe doesn't have a huge amount of impact towards soil health or water usage, water use efficiency, then that's how we sort of sorted them into these different categories. So like, for instance, residue management is fairly easy to do to leave more residue on the field. So it's got into being a category 3 practice. And I'll just very quickly read through the different practices here. We have so these category 1, these are the ones we're considering to be the most impactful or hardest to implement. So we have no tillage, seasonal cover crop and seasonal crop rotation, orchard and vineyard netting, pollinator habitat planting, conservation cover, and virtual fencing. And then our category 2 practices, which are going to be kind of in the medium range of either difficulty to implement or effect towards the goals of the bill. We have minimized tillage, prescribed grazing, soil carbon amendment, irrigation water management, noxious weed and ag nuisance weed management. And then our category 3 practices would be managed livestock grazing on cover crops, residue management, rangeland planting and overseeding, planting or overseeding on perennial hayland, and nutrient management. So these can be combined per the bill. A person can do more than one practice. And I'll talk a little bit more about how that combination works here in the next slide. But I just want to add, when you get into the rules and start looking at the practice descriptions, you'll see a few there. You'll see they have multiple parts. The first part is kind of one big paragraph. That's the description of what the practice encompasses. We tried to keep them fairly short and less restrictive than some other programs to kind of give some people room to be creative in there when they do their application. And then underneath that general description, you're going to see the requirements for application. So what people have to put in their application to apply for the practice. And then you'll see requirements for proof of implementation for them to prove that they have implemented the practices to us. And then you'll also see which practices they can be combined with. So not all practices can be combined. For instance, you wouldn't be able to combine no tillage or minimize tillage because they're mutually exclusive. You can't do both of them at the same time. All right, go on to the next slide, please. So here's how the process is going to work. In the fall, the practice takes the first year of the tax credit takes place in 2026. So in the fall of 2025, the producer will review the requirements and submit an application through the CDA's website. And this person we have here in our example is going to apply compost and grow cover crops on 200 acres. So they're doing 2 practices. In December, the application opens. the person drops there, so they'll have time to prepare that application, get everything in order. In December, we have an application date and time, and they'll be able to apply. We will provide a calculator type manner for them to determine what the full amount of the credit will be for them, so they'll know upfront. And at that point, we will determine whether their application is complete. If not, they'll have a little bit of time to amend that application and meet any requirements we've asked of them. So then we'll review the application, and as I said, we'll give them time to amend it if there's an incompletion, and then we will send them a notice of completion where we tell them you meet the requirements, your practices are good to go, and we are ready to issue. You will get a tax certificate if you complete things as you have stated. So then we get to the spring. Jane applies her compost and collects information needed for verification. So she adds the compost to the field. We require a soil test ahead of time and also testing of the material she's applying to ensure she's not over applying nutrients. So she has to keep those things to send to us. In October, she plants her cover crops. In this case, we would want to know her species and density, seed tags, things like that. Then in November of 2026, she submits all of the required documentation for the two practices. And then CDA inspector will visit throughout the season at different times. There's a chance the CDA inspector will get out there to confirm that the practices were completed, and Jane will be awarded the tax certificate. And then when she files her taxes on April 15th of 2027, or whenever she chooses to do it, she will send that certificate along with her filing. So now I'm going to go over kind of how the credit amount is determined. So it's based off the total number of practices, the categories of those practices, as I said, and then the numbers of acres that are impacted. So smaller, we start with kind of a sliding scale here, depending on acreage. We realize that this flat dollar per acre program is kind of rough for a smaller acreage person. So we wanted to sort of weight the first acres enrolled as a higher amount, and then the dollar amount slides down a bit as amount of acres come in. We also did this because we realized there's an economy of scale for people that are implementing these practices. So in this situation here, you can see for a category 1 practice, for the first 10 acres a person enrolls, they're getting $50 an acre. If it's category 2 practice, for the first 10 acres, they're getting 30, and category 3 practice, they're getting $10 per acre. And then as they go up, so their next 11 to 100 acres, the amounts they get are going to be reduced by 10%. And the same as they go up from 100 to 500 acres, the amounts will reduce another 10%. And then when they get up to 500 acres, they'll be getting roughly 30% less than they were on those first 10 acres that they got out in the very beginning. As I said, in the bottom there, it states, they can be combined and stacked, which is in the rules. There's info for each practice. And then to better
John, I think
go ahead.
I was going to skip the example just in the interest of time. That's all right with you?
Yep.
You want me to do this one, or you want to, John?
Sure, I'll go for it. So here's our next steps. Today we are presenting this information to you, and you all should have the draft rules in you should have a hold of the draft rules to look at. April 18th is the public rulemaking hearing. May 4th is when we will come back to review this again. And then we hope to get this enacted and the rules out there through the fall for producers to familiarize themselves with and prepare for their application. And then they'll be applying in November or December for this actual credit, and 26 will be the first year of it open. And if you have any questions, you can get a hold of Kristen, myself, or Rosie. And we also have a general email address for this tax credit that you can see at the bottom down there, CDA_ag tax stewardship at state.co.us.
We're happy to take any questions now. Amira, let us know how much time we have.
Hi, this is Colleen. So if they go through all these steps, they can be awarded this tax credit no matter what income bracket they're in?
That's correct.
Do you have a rough guess of what kind of percentage?
Percentage of what?
Yeah, I don't know what my question is. I'll have to think about it for a second. Let me think on that one.
Yeah, I think, Colleen, if I know what you're thinking, we've had similar questions, which is like, how do we make sure this is equitable between producers of all types and that it doesn't just go to really big operations who have the capacity to apply for this and get it all set up. So that's something we're going to work with our application to make sure that it's like easily done and that people have enough time to fill it out. And because it is first come, first serve in the statute, like that that's how we have to review applications. But we hope to work with our partners like conservation districts to really get the word out to all types of producers.
I have one more question for you. Well, I have lots of questions, but I saw your steps. What's the complexity of the application itself?
Great question. So we haven't developed the application yet, but like I just mentioned, our intent is that it will be relatively straightforward. We do need people to come with a plan, and you'll see in the rules that each of those qualified stewardship practices has supporting documents that will be required for the application. But it's things like a map of the area you're going to do your practice. Say you're doing cover cropping, it has like a general plan of when you're going to plant and what your seed mix will look like. And then we'll need just kind of their tax ID number. So there will be no kind of like write a whole narrative about why this is important. Like we say, like demonstrate that you plan to do these practices that we've defined. And if you then implement them correctly, you'll get the tax credit.
So we have to wait for this rule to go forward. Can you look backwards? Like if somebody starts this practice today?
Yes. So the legislatures who passed this were very explicit that they wanted early adopters to be eligible for the program. So it doesn't have to be a new practice. It can be something that people have been doing for 1 year, for 10 years, for their whole life. As long as they're doing it also in the year that they're getting the tax credit.
Okay, Harrison has a question.
Hey, thanks. Yeah, some of these are ideas that are originated in my brain. Some of these are things that I've heard from people who have reached out to me that wanted me to bring it to the Ag Commission. The one is that it would be really nice to see this integrate with other places where we're also submitting this information, like on an organic application. If there's a way to, because this is a program wholly derived in the Department of Ag, and and the organic program is also very, housed in the department. It would be great to see, places where you're already capturing this information, easing the burden of administration. I'll save everybody the headache, but as I was reading the rule in preparation for this meeting, I couldn't help but think about all of the compliance pieces that we're now dealing with on the farm, and it's an extensive list. It really is. I was shocked at how we're doing this without a compliance person, and my fear is that this program will be a program that biases towards people who can afford a compliance staff person or a specialist. So, anywhere you can make it easier, incorporating it in with other places where we're already submitting this information, or where we might just have to submit a slightly more detailed version of the information that we're already submitting, would be awesome to see. And then I think the other piece is just to go to Colleen's point about, first come, first serve is going to bias towards people who can, have a dedicated person filling out their stuff for them. And it is, I think it's going to, I understand it's in statute and there's not much we can do and you're doing what you can do, but it does seem like people who maybe aren't as computer literate, people who are not as compliance literate, small people in rural areas with poor internet, a long list of things that are going to be disadvantaged in a first come, first served scenario. And then last but not least, which is not a complaint against you, but I do want to point out that when we first enrolled in the STAR program, we applied for one of the capacity or equipment grants to use netting. John knows this, and we're denied. And so it's funny for me to now see netting as one of the top priorities in this program.
Based off of your explanation of the impact of that netting, Harrison, that's how it got in here.
Yeah, well, I'm glad it eventually trickled its way into the system. Thanks all.
Thanks, Harrison. Those are, great comments, and totally heard on the trying to streamline the process as much as possible, and not making you guys do a bunch of work multiple times on the paperwork side. So thanks for that feedback. And I think we're thinking around the same lines, trying to make it equitable.
Thanks.
We also have a question.
George.
George, I'm sorry, go ahead, George.
Did you have a question, George?
Well, I had a quick question about whether or not these tax credits might be marketable, similar to like conservation easements tax credits. A lot of people don't really need a tax credit if they're in ag, but is there a way then they could?
I can answer this one. So because they're refundable, it kind of clears up that problem of regardless of tax, tax burden, you get the money. So there's not really the need for the market for it.
Oh, okay, thank you. I realize that now.
Good question.
Okay, Nick, you have a question?
Yeah, more of a comment, I guess, along the same lines of trying to keep it equitable. I think where Colleen was going, using tax bracket possibly as a way to prioritize some of those, but also wondering if you could piggyback off of some of the USDA qualifications for underserved communities, first-time farmers. I know there's all kinds of tools online where they can, do a self-evaluation. If you could incorporate some of that in there, just so, the fat cats don't gobble up all the tax money before the beginning, and underserved communities can get a shot at it. So more.
Thanks, Nick. Yeah, great feedback. And Billy, jump in if I say anything incorrectly, but in terms of kind of how we review applications, we're really kind of constrained by it just as someone who's has a operating farm or ranch in Colorado and who is a taxpayer. So, and we have to look at them first come, first serve. So kind of in terms of how we rank, we have no authority to kind of rank applications based on anything else. So because of that, like, we're really going to do a bunch of outreach. We're going to get the tools in the hands of the people who can help our small producers and our rural producers to apply in a timely way and get everything they need to do together. We really hope to have like a long months of time for people to get their applications ready kind of before that application open period. But we really will have to rely on kind of outreach and education rather than like administrative strategies for how to rank stuff, just because we can't. Yeah, we have no authority to rank anybody based on where they are, or their size of their operation, or how much money they make.
I'm curious, at least from getting in touch with the beginning farmers and ranchers, I wonder if kind of partnering with FSA, their loan officers, and CADA and some of those organizations, just to make sure that those people are ahead of the curve and really making sure that their loan participants are aware of the program, might be a good outreach place.
Yeah, Great Flag. We've talked to the state conservationist, and he had the same idea of like working with FSA, local FSA offices. So I think we're going to have a training for FSA staff in late summer.
Cool.
Yeah. And to add, this is Kate, to add to the conversation, which is spot on to how the team has been building the rule. Year one, we're going to learn a lot. And we've got folks, you know, Jordan and Hollis have a lot of experience with tax credits. Now, Kristen and Rosie and John are going to have a lot this first year. And so as we have lessons learned, as we, you know, actually implement the program, please do give us and our team feedback, because we will have the chance to improve, both on the administrative side. But if there's, again, if the statute isn't working, we want to know that too, so we can look at that over time. So just know it will be iterative as well.
I think this is Colleen again, I think making the qualifications clear, since it's a 2-year program where they start at year one and they've got to go through all those tiers, to make sure that the producer understands what the tiers are, what they need to do to meet those requirements. Because it'd be terrible to get through those tiers and then you get to year 2 and oops, you didn't clear one of the hurdles. So you're out. So I think the clarity of those pieces.
I just want to say thanks to my team who's here online. I've gotten to see firsthand the outreach that they've done and the receptiveness to feedback and willingness to get creative to make this satisfy the many opinions that we've heard. And I really think you guys have done a stellar job and continue to do a stellar job on something that's really new and innovative, and also extending thanks to y'all in this room for these ideas too. And I hear you on that, Colleen. And something I'm excited about with the administration of this program is the 2 FTEs it'll bring on. And I think we'll be thinking strategically as a division of how are those folks being available throughout the process to support folks every step of the way, so that if if I'm getting ready to set up my electric fencing and I have a question of, well, wait, how am I supposed to document this? There's a person I can reach out to, call, ask my questions, make sure my ducks are in a row and I don't get lost. But yeah, thanks so much, Kristen, John, and Rosie. I appreciate you guys.
Just my real quick 2 cents. I think there's also some value in being separate from USDA and the federal government on this. Despite the other reasons we spoke about this morning, I think that there's a lot of bad relationships locally with FSA, NRCS offices. And I think that as the state, we have an opportunity to help our producers within the state. And I think it'll be a really good look for CDA.
Okay. Thank you, Kristen. Rosie and
Thanks,
John.
all. Thanks for your work on this.
Yeah, good job.
Okay, moving on to a briefing, rules pertaining to the administration and enforcement of the Pet Animal Care Facilities Act, HCCR 1202-15. Nick?
Morning, everybody. My name is Nick Fisher. I am the program section chief for the Pet Animal Care and Facilities Program. Thanks for having me this morning. I'm here to brief you on our rulemaking process for 2025 for the Pet Animal Care and Facilities Act. Before I kind of get into the rule, I'll tell you that we've done a pretty extensive stakeholder process, which started in October. We did a virtual stakeholder meeting that was about 3 hours. We had over 175 people attend that stakeholder meeting. And then we did 2 subsequent meetings with our PACFA advisory committee in both November and another one in January. And we had about, I think, over 100 people at our November advisory committee meeting, and then probably in the 60 to 80 range at our January meeting. So real quick, kind of go over some changes in this rule. So a lot of the proposed rules that came up in this rulemaking session, we were petitioned by PETA, which is the People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, and the Colorado Reptile Humane Society last year to look at some of our threshold numbers and our enclosure requirements for herptiles, which are reptiles and amphibians. And so that's part of the rulemaking process. We also incorporated some changes that come from our internal inspection team and also the Attorney General's office to fix some of the rules that we've had some issues with, maybe through disciplinary hearings throughout the years. So that's kind of where a lot of these rules come from. So the purpose of this rulemaking process this year is to implement the changes also from Senate Bill 2445, which amended 3580-106.4 of the Colorado Revised Statutes. And that statute basically requires animal shelters and rescues to sterilize dogs and cats prior to adoption. Those modifications in that bill were to kind of clarify how shelters and rescues could get a veterinary exemption. So the rules that we're proposing this year hope to clarify those modifications and also require reporting requirements. The rest of the rules, we've added a couple new definitions. As I said before, we've changed the threshold numbers for the breeding, rescue, and shelter of herptiles. Some of the rules we're proposing update and closure requirements for some of the species that we have as pet animals, update cleaning, sanitation, and isolation rules. We're updating rules regarding the commingling of animals in boarding facilities and dog daycares. We're adding a new rule requiring certain vaccinations for dogs, cats, and ferrets that are being imported into Colorado. We're updating record-keeping requirements for dogs and cats in grooming and boarding and training and pet handler facilities. And last but not least, we're updating notification requirements for pet transporters. So I'm happy to take any questions if anybody has any.
Any questions for Nick at this time? All right, thank you, Nick.
Thank you.
Nick, thank you for what you do.
Thank you very much.
And moving on to action rules pertaining to the administration and enforcement of the Colorado Noxious Weed Act, 8 CCR 1206-2. Patty?
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I am here today to present the rules pertaining to the administration and enforcement of the Colorado Noxious Weed Act, this time for your approval. I originally presented the updates to these rules at the January meeting, and since then we held a virtual public hearing on Friday, February 14th at 11 a.m. We had one member of the public attend the hearing, but there were no comments or concerns from the public from that meeting. And as a review, the administrative rules pertaining to the Noxious Weed Act are in place to designate the official noxious weed list for Colorado and to categorize the priority and describe the statewide management plan for each species on the list. The rule is basically our statewide management plan for noxious weeds. The act states that the commissioner shall review and revise as necessary the state noxious weed list at least once every 3 years. We tend to do this every 2 years so that we can update a handful of our List B management plans on a rotating schedule. List B management plans are determined according to regional distribution in the state of that species, and they're set by the county weed managers. So we don't want to do it every year, and we don't want to wait too long, and we don't want to do them all at once. So we have almost 40 species on List B, so we don't want to burden the counties in any of those ways, which is why we do this rotational update every 2 years with somewhere between 6 and 10 species each time. This year, the edits we made to the rule include the following. We added Ventonata grass. Ventonata dubia is the scientific name to List A. We updated the management plans for 9 List B species according to the rotation schedule, along with 3 additional species that counties wanted to move from a lower management strategy to countywide elimination, which is a higher ranked strategy. In part 2.1, we defined the term approved by the commissioner. And we clarified the differences between the requests for additional management techniques versus the requests for compliance waivers. And then in part 1.3, we updated the definition of compliance waiver. As a review of why we made these decisions and updates, regarding the decision to add Ventanata to list A, this species has been on our watch list for a number of years, and it occupies a significant area with significant infestations in the northwestern states. It's worst through the southwestern area of Montana and northern Wyoming. And last year, we actually received a positive report of this species in Wyoming, about 110 miles north of our border. So we know it's moving, and we know that it's possibly coming our way. I currently serve as the president of the Western Weed Coordinating Committee, which brings together state and federal weed coordinators for strategic planning purposes. And we've discussed this species at length in these meetings and with those other Western state weed coordinators that currently have infestations. With all of this information, we can affirmatively say that this species presents a risk to the state of Colorado. It is a winter annual similar to cheatgrass, meaning that it germinates early in the season, allowing it to readily exclude desired native species, and it can reduce available forage for livestock by up to 70%. Also similar to cheatgrass, it can increase wildfire intensity and frequency because it dries out so early in the season and acts as a fine fuel. And then it's also a prolific seeder. We sent a survey out to our newsletter recipients, which include over 700 people, and we received 40 responses, 92% of which said we should add Ventanata to list A. This would be a preventative species listing, meaning that we do not think we have Ventanata in the state yet. And we have had success in the past with preventative listings, specifically with flowering rush. Adding that species to the list in 2016 provided the identification and management information needed for a county weed manager in Mesa County to identify and eradicate 5 plants in a tributary to the Colorado River, keeping this highly invasive species from invading the Colorado River system. We hope the same strategy will help with the early detection and rapid response of Ventanata when it inevitably arrives in our state. You will find that Ventanata has been added to List A in parts 3.1 and 3.6.27. Regarding the update to List B management plans, our early detection and rapid response specialist put out a call for counties and municipalities to report infestation data into our online mapping system over a year before the data was due. She then analyzed the data and discussed the rotational species with each county and then updated their plan accordingly. Most of the counties decided to keep the plan that was already in place. Some counties moved their species to countywide suppression from containment, and some changed the boundaries of the containment area. You will find those updates in part 4.8. In addition to these rotational List B management updates, we offered a one-time management upgrade to all counties for anyone wanting to move any of their List B species from a lower management strategy to countywide elimination. Only 2 counties took advantage of this offer and updated their plans for leafy spurge, oxeye daisy, and spotted knapweed. Those updates are also included in part 4.8. And then finally, regarding the corrections made in parts 2.1 and 1.3, we received an inquiry into these sections of the rule early last year, and we made those updates to clarify these sections to address the confusion within that inquiry. So those are the updates we made to this year to the rule, and we did not receive any comments or concerns regarding these updates at our public hearing. Are there any questions?
Okay, seeing none.
Okay, well then I will thank you for your time and hand the floor back over to the Ag Commission for a motion.
Thank you, Patty. Any discussion needed before vote?
I'd love to just do, again, I'm very proud of my team. So this is a shout out to Patty. As you may have heard with Jordan's updates earlier, the program that Patty administers saw a $250,000 cut to their ability to grant make for the management of all these noxious weed species. And there was some upset in the communities that really administer boots on the ground services to control noxious weeds. And Patty and her team really fielded the concerns with grace and connected people to where their voices can have an impact. And I just really appreciate her leadership through what's been a little bit of a challenging couple of weeks.
Thank you, Evan.
Mr. Chairman, finding that these amendments are necessary and proper to carry out the provisions of the Colorado Noxious Weed Act, I move that the commission approve the amendments to 8 CCR 1206-2.
Second. All right. Motion made by Colleen and second by David. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Right.
All opposed, same sign. Thank you. None seen, motion carries. Thank you, Patty.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to the next item, Bureau of Animal Protection agent confirmations. Dr. Courtney Deal.
Yes, thank you so much. Appreciate the time on the agenda. I have 4 agents to present to the Ag Commission for consideration for final approval. I wanted to make a quick announcement as well that the BAP team has hired Dr. Shannon Fancher as our new program veterinarian. Dr. Fancher is a 5th-generation rancher, a respected member of the Larimer County Fair and Rodeo Advisory Board, and served as the Larimer County PRCA rodeo vet for 15 years. She owned and operated a livestock veterinary practice on the Front Range for 24 years. We're very honored to welcome her to the team. Moving on to our agents for consideration, I have 4 on the agenda. We have Dr. Kim Graff from the Humane Colorado, formerly Dumb Friends League. We have 2 Humane Society of the Pikes Peak Region officers for consideration, and we have 1 officer from the Adams County Animal Management Team. At this time, I will turn this back over to the Ag Commission for consideration of these candidates. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Courtney. Any discussion needed before vote? Seeing none, would like to open this up for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that the commission approve the commissioner's appointment of those agents as presented by Dr. Deal and Joe Stafford to be agents of the Bureau of Animal Protection.
I'll second.
Thank you. Motion made by David and second by Catherine. All in favor, say aye.
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 Nick?
Aye.
Okay. All opposed, same sign. None seen, motion carried. Thank you, Dr. Courtney.
Thank you very much.
Okay, moving on to grantee update. Bethany.
So we are enjoying in a little bit some amazing food that you guys heard about already. You've got your menu highlights, but one of the things that you guys had requested is trying to get to know grantees a little bit better, and so we're very honored to have Nana and Dan, is that correct, Hobbs, with us. And thank you so much for taking the time out of your really busy everything that you're doing with like this was a tiny little snapshot. But I wanted you guys to hear from them directly. And Nana was at the public forum last night and provided some snacks there. They're longtime friends of Kate's, I believe. So if you want to add anything, Kate, and then I'll turn it over to you all to kind of just talk us through, what your business operations look like, your farming, and how the grant that you guys received from CDA helped to achieve what you would want it to.
And up front, front left is a great place.
I was going to ask,
so,
yeah, we're the out because we have the
360 camera.
Okay.
Yep. And so Dan and Nana, we are lucky to have had them move here to Southwest Colorado. within the last few years. Obviously, for those of you in the Arkansas Basin and statewide, probably have felt the impact of Dan and Nana's work throughout their long and lengthy careers in food and ag and education, cooperative development, and many other aspects of our ag community. So we're very grateful that you chose Southwest Colorado as your home. And I mentioned some of this before you both got here this morning, but Dan and Nana have really been building up the food system, our ag community, our value added, which we're going to taste some more of, I think, here today and hear about. And it's just really exciting, the work that they've been doing, not just here in Southwest Colorado, but it really is impacting a lot of the work across the state when it comes to what producers are able to do, new market access, especially grain producers having kind of a new window into how to do business and connect with other aspects of our ag community. So thank you both for being here.
Thanks for the nice introduction. I guess I wanted to start by just saying, many of you probably knew, but John Stencil passed away last night. Former president of Rocky Mountain Farmers Union of a heart attack. And we saw him in our bakehouse here about a year ago. He came out on some Farmers Union business, and that's the last time we saw him. But just remembering John today is just one of those great agricultural forces that spent lots of windshield time traversing Colorado, New Mexico, and Wyoming, and felt very lucky to have worked with him when I was with the Rocky Mountain Farmers Union as a cooperative development specialist. So thanks, John, and respects to Marianne and the loss for all of this. Shall I start? Or okay. So the name of our farm and business is Pueblo Seed and Food Company. We farmed in the area of eastern Pueblo County, Avondale, for about 21 years, where we had a 40-acre small farm. I think we were first certified with the department in 2001, certified organic. The farm evolved a lot over the years. We were originally CSA, farmers market type growers, and then we started selling wholesale vegetables to Whole Foods and natural grocers, mostly along the Front Range. And all the while we were seed producers. Part of the original, or close to the original group of Seeds of Change, which was a seed company in New Mexico that was bought out by the Mars Candy Bar Company a few years ago and dropped all their growers. But what happened when they abandoned their decentralized model of seed growers is they created all these small bioregional food seed companies. And so we became one of those. There's a few dozen across the country. These are small seed enterprises that largely are supplying local markets. And so we've been doing that for quite a long time. We maintain about 120 distinct varieties of vegetable, herb, flower, and grain seed. Pueblo chili is one that we've been really pleased to work on over the years, and also a lot of the heritage crops out of the Arkansas River Valley. We picked up some of the old melons from Burrell's Seed Company, and we've really studied the crops of southern Colorado and northern New Mexico, and started to bring some of those back and even do some crop improvement on those. So vegetables have been important to us. Seed has been important to us. My partner and wife, Nana, was at the University of Colorado Springs for many years and ran a grain school. In 2016, she approached me and said, "Hey, how about some grain trials?" And I said, "Nah, we're not interested in that stuff. You know, we're growing chili and melons." But I said, "Listen, if you can't find somebody to do those grain trials, we'll try them." And so she couldn't find somebody, fortunately, and we put them in there in Pueblo. And gosh, I don't know, was that 30 some varieties? Probably more.
More, yeah. It depended on the year. We started out with a few other farmers and backyard growers, and had probably 100 varieties, and then scaled it every year to the winners of the previous year. So they certainly were in CSU research trials. They were opportunistic backyard citizen science-like trials that moved forward to field trials on a farm. And I think that's where the field trials then occurred since 2017, 2018. on our farm, and it became larger and larger, and probably more significant for other farmers and for us to understand, because we knew what it took to scale them up from just a handful or 20 seeds in a packet to a 1,000-foot row that ended up being about a half of a quarter acre.
So these were wheat, rye, barley, and then also corn. And you know, I got to be careful not to get too far into the weeds here on this presentation, but we learned so much through those trials. And what we're interested in is high yielding, flavorful, nutritious crops, you know, that work for farmers and are good for consumers. And so with Nana's background as a dietitian, we were really interested in the nutritional profile of these grains. And so in 2021, we sent off, or 2022, we sent samples down to CIMMYT, which is the Center for Wheat and Maize Improvement in Mexico City. They tested many of these corn varieties. They were shocked by the results. They said they'd never seen such high nutritional profiles in crops. And this is a group that deals with international varieties. And so they washed the samples and they tested them just a second time to make sure that they were what they were looking at. And indeed, what was it, zinc and iron?
Particularly the minerals were extremely high. And it's interesting because particularly corn gets biofortified with iron and zinc. And there's a lot of research going into this. So they were just stunned that we had samples that were so high in iron and zinc, particularly. And then other minerals and also antioxidants. In the colored corn, you would expect more anthocyanins in the purple and darker corn varieties, and more beta-carotene in the yellow varieties. And those numbers were also high. And some were significantly higher than the Mexican landraces. So this was a landrace comparison, our landraces in a sense, to theirs. And then the same happened with small grains too. They had similarly high mineral contents, and iron and zinc were the most important ones.
So this is unclear whether this is genetics, whether it was soils, organic program, or some combination thereof. But we're pretty happy about it because, you know, from a farmer standpoint, we're used to standing out there at these markets saying it's good for you. We know it's highly nutritious, and you know, now we've got some data underneath us. And like Nana said, these were landrace corns of the Southwest, largely your blue corns, your white corns. These are flour corns, mostly soft corns that are used for polenta, tortillas, and that sort of thing. So we've selected a group of winners, and we are producing those on very small scale. We moved the farm over here. This will be our 4th season in Montezuma County. We're down in McElmo Canyon at about 5,600 feet. We were concerned that our peppers weren't going to be happy here, but we've had the best Pueblo chili harvest we've ever had over here, so we're pretty happy about that. But we continue really to be seed growers and small producers. On 25 acres, you can only do so much. We probably grow 60 varieties a year is our average. Always challenging for our organic inspectors to work through all this stuff and, you know, track all these lot numbers. But we just love the diversity, and we've begun to work with a larger network of producers to scale up some of these products. And so this farm to market grant that we were awarded a couple of years ago is kind of an essential piece in our ability to scale up the operation. This is a food grade seed cleaning line. A lot of times farmers can get, you know, grain and seed legume crops 95, 98% clean. But if you're going to put the stuff into the food market, it needs to be 100% clean. This includes a magnetic separator, a color sorter, the whole package of equipment. We got directly from the manufacturers in China. It was $80,000. when it arrived at the port of Los Angeles, we learned about the first Trump administration tariffs, and had to come up with 25,000 quickly to get that stuff released. And now it's over here at Beach Street. So our operation is across the street from Good Sam's food pantry. We've got a 5,200 square foot building there, and it's basically where all the magic happens. I'm mostly in the field, but Nana's there in the bakehouse, and she makes a wide range of value-added products, chili grits, muesli, fresh 100% whole grain breads, all from our production, milled there on site. And this seed cleaning equipment is enabling us to basically create a grain hub. So we've got now 7 other farmers in Montezuma and La Plata County working with us to produce our seed lines. And so we think that our future really, as stock seed growers, we're going to continue to screen these seeds, make sure they're going to work for other farmers. We give the seed to the farmers free of charge, and then we contract them for the clean grain that they produce, and with us cleaning it for them. The next level, when we get this stuff to a significantly higher production, we really wanted to go into institutions. If we can, somehow get back into schools and other accounts like that, we're not interested in just restaurants and some of the usual suspects, but how do we really get this into the food system in a bigger way? So we know this is going to be a big challenge, but we're going to keep working on it. This pamphlet that Nana prepared and just passed out to you, right in the center where the staple is, shows the seed cleaning line there at the bottom. So you can kind of get an idea of what the department supported. And really thank you for that support. It's been crucial for us to grow the business. And maybe I'll stop there and see if you have any additional thoughts to add.
Yeah, maybe just the handover from the farm and the field and the seed to the culinary team in the bakehouse. You see that also in the middle of the pamphlet at the end, that value added production. And that's really where I stepped in and was very excited to leave my university position to do something on the ground and real. And I didn't really know what I was getting into though, because there's a lot of detail, and diversity is a beautiful thing when you have it on the farm, but when you bring it into the bakehouse and into value added production, it also creates some unknown difficulties, because when you mill a blue corn, then the mill is blue. When you mill a white corn, then you have to clean that out to make sure that there's not a color combination of those two. And likewise, small grains versus corn. So it creates a little bit more work. But today is a good example how our daily work looks like. I have 4 employees in the bakehouse right now. With me, we are 5. The mill is running. We're milling about 300 pounds of grain. The first one is just a flour, a blue corn flour. The second one is a polenta grind, which is a little bit of more coarse grind. And the third one is rye flour. So that's just kind of the succession. And I have one of my workers trained now to operate the mill without me being there the first day. Now today, hopefully it goes well. And the other team is working on one of our value-added products, which is the Colorado Mountain Muesli. And that's maybe a product that could be a highlight, for Colorado agriculture in general. It contains our grain. It's flaked by Heartland Mills in Kansas. And then we mix it with black currants and pumpkin seeds and sunflower seeds. And it's a nice product. It has also some blue corn flour in it. It's to cook, but it's kind of a nice way to present Colorado. So I was thinking about that option for international markets too, but also here at home. And that's just an example for what we do on a daily basis. The first 3 days of the week, we work on production on all of the different value-added products. And there's 7 right now, 5 cereals and then 2 cookies. And but we also make a lot of other cookies because we realized that everybody likes cookies. So you've got a good sampler combination here, thanks to all of you interested in our product. So you can try them out. And then toward the end of the week, we also have a retail arm, and it was important for us to be here for the community. I just thought, well, every community needs a bakery and needs good bread, and it was one of the, I think, interests also for me to bring rye to the forefront and work with sourdough and bring and create familiarity to the community related to rye bread. And that's very different to a fluffy white sourdough bread is a rye bread. And that's really the food of the microbiome. Alternative. So on Friday and Saturday, we have the doors open for the community, and we're making usually some meals and some limited menus and coffee and breakfast items. And then the bread, of course. Yeah. I think from a seed cleaning perspective, I can just also echo the gratefulness that I feel and the thankfulness toward the Commission and toward CDA for supporting us with it, because there's no small scale state-of-the-art cleaning facility at this point in the small grain area. And it's extremely important that we are able in Colorado to take diverse grains and clean them to the standards. And that's especially from a nutrition perspective and food safety perspective. So thank you very much. And hopefully we can show you that sleep cleaning line soon. Any questions?
Is your storefront open this afternoon so we could stop by and
It's not, but for you it is. It's kind of a slow afternoon because we were just so speedy this morning. So we're mostly done with what we wanted to do, the mill is running, if you're interested in seeing it too.
I want to buy some of your for sale products.
They're all kind of underneath, so we would have to just have you browse during the lunch period, the pueblosi.com site, so you know what you're interested in, and we can pull them out. You can also taste cookies. We can certainly open it up.
So Dan and Nana, one thing we've talked about this morning is kind of the landscape of grant making from government agencies these days. And of course, it's a shifting landscape federally, to say the least. The grant you got was a one-time grant because of unforeseen circumstances related to the pandemic. How do you think about one-time grant funding integrated into the whole of your business? As in, kind of how are you thinking about the government assistance essentially when you're putting so much private investment into building out your company?
Yeah, well, we've depended on, small investments to get our enterprise up and going. So it's been really important over time, but we always looked at those as just one-time investments. We didn't build the business model around outside investment. I guess, what's happened this winter has me thinking all the more, we just have to build these local food systems. We've got to reduce reliance on external grants. And I know there's going to be a lot of pressure on private foundations now as a result of what's happening with USDA. This ongoing question of the food security and linking it with local production is a really tough one. I remember when the community food project grants came out from USDA, maybe back in the mid-90s or so. Those were so important, and it was like this sort of R&D money to just stimulate, different projects and ideas, experimentation. And so some really good stuff has happened over the years since then. I think we've got a lot of experience under our belts where if we can, really come together in a more collaborative community fashion, we can do more, or at least continue with less. But the needs are just so great, especially I think in that community food security space. So we're very concerned, about the drying up of funds and sort of how a lot of it's been short-circuited while some of these things were, mid development, and I assume it's going to put a lot of pressure on the commission and the department as well. And you know, it's just, especially under your leadership, Kate, it's been amazing to see what you guys have accomplished, you know, over the past number of years. And I hope it can keep going.
Yeah, well, our kitchen is not there where it needs to be. So we were just waiting for the RSFI, and it's on hold, and another grant, the organic 1DG, is partially unclear if we can move forward. And that was our investment for a laboratory. And a laboratory, especially for a dietitian, is quite unique, but it's also something we have to do. And rather than shipping every sample out, we would like to bring some of that capacity in-house, especially if we have a seed cleaning line. Whatever we're getting from collaborative growers we need to test. Rather than telling the grower, you have to go and find your own test. And then we are comparing apples to oranges because everything comes from different labs. So we wanted to get just the rudimentary stuff into a laboratory setting and have that capacity. It's just one example. Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess I'd like to add one other piece. You know, many of these grants for so many years were kind of for soft costs, you know, staff and such. We finally felt like we were getting somewhere with this infrastructure stuff, which is why we were excited about that RSFI. When we first went to Ardent Mills, you know, the big flour outfit, you know, based in Denver, they were very inviting. They said, hey, we'd love to, you know, support the small and mid-sized growers. You just have to deliver a semi. We're like, and so that conversation just like ended immediately. They were willing to test, they were willing to mill, they were willing to clean, but you know, the scale was just so far away from our community that's represented by the Colorado Grain Chain. So we just realized, you know, we need our own sort of decentralized infrastructure. And so we've been thinking a lot about grain hubs and, you know, what do those look like? And is there a possibility to federate across the state where we have different specializations, can coordinate with each other, maybe have a central lab where one of those hubs handles the testing, and you know, and then we've really got something to support the small and mid-scale community.
And it's not just in the nutrition space for that testing. It's really environmental toxins. See aflatoxins and vomitoxins in small grains and in corn. And those are going to just shoot up. I think what we learned from climate change pressures, we will see them more, and it's our responsibility to test before we mill. It's a moral obligation that we have to the community and to the animals. Just wanted to add, it's not just nutritional quality, it's really safety. Yeah, it's really safe.
Well done. Well, it's so nice to see.
And are you two able to stay for lunch?
Yeah, please do.
No pressure, but you are invited to join us.
Thank you, Dan.
They got to get back to the mill.
Oh, I know.
Lunch.
Okay, it looks like we're gonna break for lunch, and let's meet back at 12:25. It gives us 50 minutes. Or excuse me, yeah, 1:25. 1:25. Okay, thank you. All right. Thank you, everyone. We'll get started back up here after lunch break. And the next item is a presentation on new program, the Climate Resilience Grant.
All right.
She's here.
I am here.
Thank you.
I just want to first say that this is, I'm getting to be the messenger here, but this work, again, credit to my team, especially Kristen, who's online, our AdCro manager. So here, I'm looking for my notes. They're on my phone. Here we go. Kristen's going to share our slides. So something exciting that Kristen's office is working on right now is we are putting out a new grant opportunity, and it is targeted at climate resilience and recovery. So in 2024, the state legislature dedicated $500,000 annually to sort of a broad category that supports work in our division, which includes renewable energy, energy efficiency, and then also resiliency projects. So half of this funding is going towards our Acre 3 program, which is a longstanding renewable energy program. And the other half is going towards this new grant opportunity, which we've been working with CDA's agricultural emergency coordinator, Dan Frazen. Some of you might know him. He's awesome. To really look into where are these dollars going to be of the biggest impact, considering with the many climate challenges and disasters that farmers are facing in our state right now. We can go to the next slide, Kristen. So really the purpose of these grants is they're targeted at folks who are rebuilding after having experienced a climate-related disaster, or for folks who are at significant risk of a climate change related disaster. And it's putting money from the state into their ability to be innovative in how are they going to set up for success, or how are they going to recover in such a way that they are in a more resilient position moving forward. So eligible grantees, we're going to open it up to farmers and ranchers, extension field offices, nonprofits, et cetera, the general group, but a real priority on producers on the ground, and we'll take that into consideration with our Chris and I have talked about this at length. We'd like to keep dollars really on folks's actual fields and production sites as much as possible. This isn't really meant to be as much edge of field research, or that's not the angle, at least for this first round. We can go on to the next slide. Okay. So I'm going to talk a little bit about, I'll go back and forward here. The priorities for 2025 for this first year are really going to be the ones that have been of biggest impact recently. So that's folks who've dealt with wildfire, drought, and then the extreme snow conditions. And so the idea is that, let's say someone had a really hard time with some of the snowstorms that we had in the recent year. They could put this grant money towards equipment to be able to feed hay in the next iteration of an extreme snowstorm, right? Helping them have what they need on site so that there's not so much of an emergency response, but folks have what they need to take care of in the moment. And we don't currently at CDA have funding that's dedicated to folks who've experienced a disaster. So this is really the first time that we are putting money towards this. And the goal being that, not only are we building back from the disaster, but we're building back stronger so that we're more prepared in the event that, unfortunately, these events are more likely to continue happening. So the timeline, we're kind of moving on this quickly. So Kristen and her team have been doing a lot of legwork, again, coordination with our emergency coordinator, getting lots of input from different stakeholders of what they'd like to see addressed. And we'll be in a position to open the application this month, which is, it's a quick turnaround. And then we're going to keep it open for two months, try to give folks as much time as possible. So this is why it's a really great opportunity to share this with you all today. If you can please help us spread the word as far and as wide as we can so that folks are aware of this new opportunity, that we can really get some applications in the door. Because I think that this being the first year, we're in a position to learn a lot about what the needs are going to be. So we're going to make it pretty as wide open as we can this first time in an effort to identify areas of need so that we can really focus in and make it as impactful as we can.
And the disasters have been a couple of years past.
Yes. Yeah, that's a good question. That's something that we discussed is for sure, because there hasn't been an opportunity to address it up until now. And it also can be for folks who have yet to experience but are in an at-risk area as well. And then we will bring those for all of you to approve at the July meeting. So the legwork of the review will be our team, but we're also putting together a group of grant reviewers from our stakeholders and different folks throughout the state. So again, if you think of folks in your networks who would want to be involved in the process of the grant review committee, to please let me or Kristen know so that we can connect them to the opportunity. And yeah, so that's basically our ask. When it goes live, let's share it far and wide. Really encourage folks to think through, you know, hey, do I know someone who might benefit from this opportunity? If you want to be on the evaluation committee, you can reach out to Kristen. But also just if you have any suggestions or ideas, also send those our way, because I think we're really big on feedback and informing our opportunities to be responsive to what people actually need. All right. Does anyone have any questions?
But they want to grant also.
This is going to be, we get to do this each year. So the funding was approved for year over year.
For how long? Was there a time limit?
Is there a deadline to that?
Forever, as long as they don't cut our funding.
Cool.
Yeah.
What are kind of the priorities in the funding?
It's the only priorities we have at the moment is as close to the producer level as possible as far as impact of where the dollars are going. So again, leaning more into the producers themselves versus we're willing to definitely accept proposals from, you know, nonprofits, but there would have to be a really substantial argument that the dollars were going to benefit individuals or communities. And then as far as priorities for specific disasters, wildfire, drought, snow for this first year.
But as far as what the funds are used for,
pretty wide open. Yeah. And Kristen, do you want to say more about just some of the examples that we've put forward?
I think you covered it pretty well. We're looking at, like Evan said, mostly on farm, on ranch projects. And again, like relatively, like things that would be a big lift for an individual producer, but relatively small in the world of grants. We're thinking like $10,000 awards approximately. But we're also thinking a little bit beyond the farm gate. So if there's some like near-term supply chain that could also benefit by this, that would again show immediate impact to producers, we'd support that as well. And that's things like making sure there's resilience in our transportation systems and roads, and like food buyers.
And
we also
real quick, it's not just about recovery from the event, though. It's about really building resilience into being prepared for the next thing to come your way. So I think that's something the team is really going to be reviewing, is how is this investment going to really help shape your ability to react and respond the next time a hard situation comes your way.
Yeah. So we've even talked about scenarios with like trailer access. You know, there's some, I mean, we've been in the scrappy stage where we've borrowed and rented trailers as needed, but if you need to get your animals moved in a hurry, that's something that helps you be resilient in the face of a disaster. So that would be an example of a project that we've discussed.
Does this at all include stream bank restoration or flooding damage, anything like that?
Yeah.
So
yeah, certainly, George. And I think our priorities will the like what is the disaster we're prioritizing will change each year, but snow certainly can lead to huge flooding things, and figuring out how to restore a stream so it's more resilient to wildly variable flows is like a great example of something that would be resilient.
That's exciting. I'm very excited. Yeah. And again, kudos to the team for really getting creative and doing some preliminary collaboration to get ideas flowing, but also really recognizing this is year one, and we're really looking forward to seeing what people put forward as needs, so that we can continue to tailor it and be responsive.
So with $500,000 at $10,000 people, you can help a bunch of.
Yeah, and so for this specific grant, it'll be 250 because the remaining is for the acre free renewals. Okay. But yes, that potentially could help a lot of individual folks for sure.
And I'll just note two things. One, we love to bring grants to you guys just to show what's going on and get your feedback on the projects we're funding, but also any grants that we run through the Drought and Climate Resilience Office, it says in statute we have to get your review. So that's why I keep showing up at your meetings and asking you for approval. And then second, so yeah, this is permanent funding, which is very exciting. And we're hoping to learn a lot, like Evan said, in this first grant round, and then probably do another grant round in the fall to kind of capture some producers who right now is like a really busy time we recognize for farmers and ranchers. So we'll get what we can right now, and then we'll do it again in some other time in 2025, October or November. Maybe tweak our application a bit, but just try and get that funding out the door quick.
Okay, any other questions? For Kristen? All right, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to commission member updates. Have any volunteers?
Sure.
Thank you.
So not a hell of a lot going on. You know, cattle people are kind of excited that Grand Valley hasn't gotten a lot of precipitation, but everybody seems to have gone into the winter season with good moisture in the ground, and we haven't to this point had a lot of wind. So I think we're in pretty good shape. Some concerns because the snowpack seems to be really high this year, even though it's above 100% of average. I don't think there's the volume in the elevation, so we're not, you know, there might be reduced runoff. And then just as George says, sort of the constant background of the worrying of not knowing what's happening. So people not knowing whether they have markets, people not knowing whether their grants are going to be continued to fund. So there's just always that background that's aggravating people. And then of course the food assistance, and I've worked with the food banks in our area for I guess 3 years now, and we always sort of were looking down the road to see that, you know, federal funding might not continue forever. So some of the food banks have really been inventive. Community Food Bank is opening a deli, which will help. It's going to take volunteers to run, and then some of the people with disabilities in the thing do some chef trainings and stuff in there. So it'll be able to support some of the food bank operations with their revenue from the deli, which is sort of exciting because it's making a real circular economy. They're also going to mostly feature local product in the deli as well. So trying to keep it resilient in the community. And then just a lot of conversations about how the people that produce in the valley can help support the food banks. During the growing season, they always get donations of a lot of fruit and stuff. And Rocky Mountain Food Bank has put in dehydrators, so we have some way to sort of store it longer term. But you know, like cattle people can't donate cattle constantly to supply the food bank with protein. So how do we keep that going is sort of the discussion right now. We're talking about some fundraisers. I'm working with a nonprofit in Denver, furthering these conversations about doing some benefits for the food banks with their assistance. And some of the things we've come out with is buy a cow for the food bank, so they buy the cow and pay for the processing, and it gets donated that way, helping the local farmers and ranchers get it going. So same thing for produce. And I'll keep you apprised on how that goes, but we're having the conversations. And that's it.
I can, I don't remember last time we visited. When was the last time we met? But I spent some time with the kelp people serving on a panel to talk about what it's like to be on a board, kind of preparing those groups on how different kinds of boards and things. So that was good. Attended Tyler Garrett, who is the lobbyist for Rocky Mountain Farmers Union, put together a program for Colorado State University students to learn about legislative things. And so went up and attended that, supported Tyler on that. And then the next week, I went back to CSU because they were having a mixer for students involved in agriculture to meet different perspective career people. So they had a lot of different people there. So I went and represented CDA and just encouraged them to check the website, encouraged them to see how diverse that their degree could be. And it was really exciting to meet these individuals and the excitement that they have about futuring, and they're so intelligent and so involved, and so they've done so much already as far as internships. It was just amazing to hear what they're doing. So I learned just as much as they did. So it was really good for that. I bring thanks if CDA had anything to do with the Colorado Ag in the Classroom receiving notification that they did get this specialty block grant for next year's literacy project, which is on potatoes. Because it was going to be a little hard thing to do with if we would have not received that grant. So we were really glad to receive notification from Department of Ag that was going to go forward. So that was good. As far as in my community, barley's going into the ground of the people that have chosen to continue to grow barley. It's very few and far between who are doing that, but that was going into the ground last couple of weeks. Both large and small producers in my area are concerned about tariffs, and they're concerned about loans. They're going to get their loan payments and those kind of things. So as we've said all morning and yesterday, it's just a wait and see. So, you know, what the next steps will be. I did deliver Ag in the Classroom literacy projects that are this year, which is on Dr. Help me, thank you. Yes, I can never pronounce his name, but I delivered some of those to the different schools in Weld County, and that was kind of fun to do about a week ago. I went from LaSalle all the way to Lochbuie, and I saw some communities I hadn't seen in a while, so that was fun. And what I did want to say, the CSU mixer, Olga and Sonda, yeah, they put together a tub of things for me to take up there and hand out. So that was wonderful to do that. Yeah. I know that Dan mentioned John, and we were very close with him. We had John and his wife Marion at our house 2 weeks ago, and John was suffering from cancer, but it was really good because he got to go down memory lane. And if you don't know him, huge Rocky Mountain Farmers Union man, huge. And so he was able to spend some time talking with us. And we had a person there that really wanted to learn more about the history of Farmers Union. And we could not think of anybody better than John. So it was good. Ken's talked to Marion this morning, his wife. She called Kent to let him know. And John went to the Rocky Mountain Farmers Drive-In Monday morning. The man led Rocky Mountain Farmers Union. So if you didn't know him, you need to know him because he was very influential with Kent. Kent was his successor when he was president. John was president, and then Kent went into it. So we're going to miss the man, and he a lot of history behind him. So I'll end there.
Yeah, I'll jump in. I'd first like to thank you, Simon, for hosting us down here, seeing your farm, and just what goes on into it is amazing, and the job that you guys do there is so just like to thank you for the tour yesterday. That was amazing. So in our area, we've started cutting seed. A lot of seed growers or a lot of farmers are out cutting seed, getting prepped for the season coming up. Few people are out stirring the dust and starting to do some tillage work. But grain will go into the ground here about the 1st of April. I think we're same as Colleen. I think a lot of people are backing off of the barley just a little bit, which I think is a good idea, but personally anyway. But yeah, like George was saying, waterfront the water is at the forefront of most of the concerns around the valley. We're sitting at about a 65% snowpack right now. And it's the same as Kathleen said, it's just up very high. So I'm just concerned about the volume coming out this year and what that is going to look like. Wonderad and his team. He's been doing a lot more outreach on the new seed law rules that got put into effect. He was down a couple weeks ago, did an outreach with our industry, and just thank him and his team a lot for doing that. And we have a lot more people becoming comfortable with the changes. So I think this year will be good, and we'll learn a lot with the sampling coming up here in this season. We had our ag conference in February. It was really well attended. A lot of good speakers. It was good to see everybody from the community out at that. And then as far as the ag in the classroom, I had a group come in. I had 47 kindergartners, first and second graders that I gave a tour of my facility to. So that was a lot of fun. And those the kindergartners were amazing. They were inquisitive and they were awesome. I loved giving that tour.
Robot arms.
Yeah, walked them through. And so I split them up into two groups. We had a tractor and a planter out in the parking lot, and so they got to look at that and climb all over that. And so they had a lot of fun. And then we toured them inside the packing facility. So but what's that?
Photos of that? Like,
I do have some photos of that. Yeah, I sent
like
my daughter on.
cats.
Yeah, so it was. I had a very big group of adults wrangling kids around. So, but yeah, any help that you would like in the ag in the classroom, I would absolutely love to help out with this year being the year of the potato. So, but yeah, thank you all very much.
We thought it was the year of the snake, but it's actually
yeah.
Want me to go, Simon? I'll jump in front of Nick again and Harrison. Out our way in Yuma, we're kind of lacking moisture. We've got 3,500 of moisture this year, so we're quite a ways behind. But with that being said, there's a lot of we've had some warm days for the most part, frost out of the ground. So there's been a lot of spring field tillage work done, and guys are coming along well with that. But also it's concerning with the soil moisture coming up here as we get ready to plant. A lot of like sugar beet seed and corn seeds getting delivered out to the growers. Calving season's in full swing. One thing about lack of moisture, I guess it's kind of okay for calving season, but again, concerns about the grass coming on here later on. Let's see here. As far as the edible bean side, acres will be way down this year. There's just aren't any contracts out there this year. A lot of that was last year. There were a lot of guys that did raise edible beans because they were less expensive to raise than corn. So a lot of guys took advantage of that, which in turn it oversupplied the market. So we'll be probably seeing a lot more corn acres out that way. And we all know the corn price is down too. So that would be concerns who's go on forward with that. Kind of on a sad note here too, with, I've always mentioned the interest rates being high and input costs high here. We're starting to see some farm sales out there. The inputs are just so high. The banks and things were kind of financing people there for a while, but they're starting to get behind on the payments and things like that. So kind of a deal that hits home close to us is we have a couple of young farmers that they're probably in their mid-30s, young families, very well known in the community, and they have kids going to school in the community, and they're going to have farm sales here coming up shortly. So a lot of concerns out there, not only in their regard, but in the ag sector there now. We were kind of shorthanded on moisture too, and are short in there. So a lot of like tree, livestock windbreaks, snow fence type windbreaks with trees, to be replanting of trees and things like that. So that might be some things that might help out with some of the resilient grants. Maybe somebody could look at things of that nature. let's see here, getting back to, you know, budget cuts, things like that. Our FSA offices, some of the Farm Service Agency offices and NRCS offices, National Conservation Resources, you know, with some of their budget cuts, they have had, there are a lot of them are shorthanded anyway, staff wise, but they've also had some of the employees take I guess not advantage, but take the position of the early retirement. There's been some early retirement things put out there. So some of them took advantage of that, just thinking that maybe, you know, we're going to get cut anyway if we don't take the early retirement. Just, you know, thoughts out there, but some of them have taken that. So that makes us even more shorthanded in some of those offices as well. Over on the ag organization side, the Colorado Livestock Association just got an email here this last week. We're going to lose our chief executive officer. Has an opportunity to take on another position, and that's Zach. Drawing a blank on Riley. Yeah, sorry. Drawing a blank on the last name there, but Zach Riley's been very, very key in that organization, and we'll be sorry to see him go on. But so now that will be happening in April, I guess. So in the process of looking for a new chief executive officer there as well. So I think kind of covers our area. We're praying for rain. We got a blizzard that went through there last night. The weatherman can never get everything right. We were supposed to get a nice rain, and it ended up, it must have rained first, but then it turned to ice, and we did get the wind. So we had a blizzard out there. So at least it was short-lived. My son sent me a picture of some of the cattle herd this morning. They're just plastered with snow and things. So I'm sure they're smelting off today, but that was a little tough on a couple of calves for us during the night. So fortunately, everybody safe and things like that on the roads around there, but they were pretty icy this morning. So again, moisture is welcome, but sometimes Mother Nature brings it down in different ways at different times, obviously. Otherwise, that concludes my report.
David, what's the machinery dealers? How are they weathering out there?
You know, it's interesting because the last 2 or 3 years, well, let's go back 3 or 4 years. It was hard for those dealers to get used equipment. When the commodity prices were better here 3 or 4 years ago, people were updating their machinery and things like that. So there was just so much demand. There was hardly any of those dealerships with used equipment sitting on their lots. Right now, it's almost, for lack of better words, it's almost like it's a city out there in the equipment lots. There is equipment, all kinds of equipment for sale in these John Deeres, these Internationals, the fence. All of a sudden, there's used equipment sitting there. What that means, I don't know, because they probably didn't trade, but maybe makes you think that maybe there were some lease programs over the years and people are deciding not to lease or buy out those machine implements and tractors, combines, etc., and they're turning them back. I mean, that, you know, from the outside looking in, that's probably what's happening, because guys aren't trading off equipment unless they absolutely have to. So the dealer lots are starting to really fill up with equipment.
The price gonna fall?
I think they'll have to.
Yeah, because it hasn't.
A lot of those equipment dealers now too are not only selling off their lots, but they are going with a lot of these online auctions, public auctions as well. So I think they learned a few years ago when the ag equipment companies went through hard times. They know they've got to, you know, move things quickly. So some of that machinery may take some deduction in prices, you know, so they're not sitting there and trying to carry their inventory with all the interest rates as well. But it'll be interesting to see. But currently, you don't see a lot of drop on that yet.
Yeah,
drop on the prices yet. But I think if commodity prices stay this way and the interest rates do, it's only a matter of time. I mean, literally, because if the banks and things are starting to get tighter on their loan requirements, things like that, it'll affect it really fast. So, I mean, I lived through the 80s. That's when I started, I guess. I hope it's not coming to that, but I can see things, I can remember things my father and grandfather were saying back then, how you can kind of see these, just like we're saying here, if you start seeing equipment on lots and things like that, it's kind of a start there. So hopefully that won't happen. We are, as I mentioned here, livestock prices are good. So, but not everybody's diversified in that regard. Some people are just farmers. I shouldn't say just farmers, but not diversified in that regard. We're fortunate in our family, we do have livestock as well as the commodity crops. So grain crops and sugar beets. So we're able to diversify in that regard and use each other's after feed and things like that. It helps through some of those tough times. But right now, with the moisture concerns and the interest rates, et cetera, it'll be interesting to see how time develops here with the commodities.
Nick Harrison?
I can jump in there unless you want to go, Harrison.
Horse apiece, whichever.
No, well, it sounds like I missed yet another amazing tour, Simon. I was looking forward to seeing your operation out there, but my dad's been having some health issues, and unfortunately, I'm still having backache issues, and just didn't think I could get that far from home, and I knew I couldn't make the trip. So sorry I missed it, but sounds like it was a great tour. I guess just to reiterate David's, I got to live the blizzard last night. It was pretty wicked around here, 60-mile-an-hour gusts. Fortunately, we didn't have that much snow, just a couple of inches. So, but it was pretty crummy around here last night. So, David, be glad that you're on the other side of the mountain, because it was pretty miserable around here last night and this morning. Starting to see some green poking up around here, so that's good. We're about normal for moisture, but I know there's a lot of places on the plains that are running a pretty big deficit. But right here where we're at, we're doing okay for right now, but we need one of those big sloppy wet snows with no wind that gets everything going. Few things. David kind of hit on it. Cattle market's amazing. Cattle people are happy as long as it rains, so that's a good note. I updated the commission, I think it was last year sometime. I've been on a working group with the Colorado State Land Board in an attempt to try and restructure their grazing land grazing rates and how they calculate those. We've had, I think, 6 different meetings, and I think we finally found a model that is going to be a good fit for both the land board and the grazing lessees in Colorado. It's basically a 5-year moving average that kind of takes into account cattle prices. That has a pretty major influence on cattle prices and ultimately the price of grazing rates. But where we wound up was running on a 5-year average, so that it kind of takes the big swings out of the grazing rates. So producers don't get just a major heavy hit if there's a survey that comes up with some wonky numbers, because right now they're running on basically just a survey of private land grazing rates and then taking a factor of that. And that's been pretty unreliable. It's got produced a lot of outliers that are creating some pretty big swings in their grazing rate table. So I guess the simple answer is I think we've got something that's going to be good for producers in Colorado schools. They're going to propose that to the state land board, I think, in their April meeting. So we'll see if the board bites on it. But I think it's going to be a good thing for anybody that's grazing on Colorado state land. In other news, EQIP, of course, with all the government turmoil and everything else, I picked this year to put in for some EQIP projects on our family ranch in southeastern Colorado and also on the lease that we're on east of Denver. I'm sure all of you have been hearing about it in the federal offices, a lot of uncertainty with their staff members, a lot of turnover, a lot of really good employees lost their job in that first wave of cuts. Sounds like there's going to be another big one. Maybe not so. At least they're going to have some say on who has to go. And I think that takes effect sometime in April. But just really sad to see those people that have been working really hard on trying to put our application together and working their butts off, doing a great job for producers, great service. It's really sad to see them worried about how they're going to feed their families and where they're going to live, and even have to be thinking about finding another job because we've had they do a great job for us. So I'm sure you guys are getting to see that on your end too, but I don't know what to do about it, but thought I'd bring that up. On a little more exciting note, we were asked to do a field day for Colorado Parks and Wildlife staff. It's a partnership with HPP and Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and the goal is to get Colorado Parks and Wildlife folks out on the land, looking at production agriculture, learning terminology, learning what it is that us as land managers and ranchers and farmers actually do on a day-to-day basis. So at some point in May, we haven't pinned down the exact date yet, but we're going to host 15 to 20 Colorado Parks and Wildlife staff, and we're going to show them what we do and try and help them understand that we're trying to make a living while maintaining habitat that they're concerned about. So apparently our very own Joe Stanko hosted one last year, so I got the big shoes to fill on this tour, but excited to be helping them learn more about what it is we do in ranching here. I think that's all I have got for updates. Sorry I didn't get to see you all in person.
Us too, but thank you, Nick. Harrison?
Thanks, all. I'll be the next one to echo my my apologies for not being down there. We were I was all set to go. We had all the plans in the mix, and then last night and tonight turned into pretty serious freeze warnings, and those are really active and taxing nights and days for us when those come on. So I had to stick around and run machines and stay up all night to keep the frost off. So sorry I'm not there. But that will kick off my my report, which is just that yeah, we've got a freeze forecast this week that's pretty troubling. More so a little bit for Palisade than it is for Delta County, but just because Palisade is so much farther along than we are, it's always funny, we'll have significantly lower temps, but depending on where we are in our development cycle, our buds may be underdeveloped to the point where those lower temps don't impact us, whereas Palisade may have significantly higher temps, 28 degrees, 27 degrees, but they're so much further along in their bud development than we are. So they're worried about tonight. We're worried about tonight, but we're not quite into this terrible danger zone just yet. But we're still going to run machines uh, and uh, and try to fight for to maintain every bud we can. Um, I think that on my last assessment, I think we're 5 days ahead of where we were last year. And last year we were like 10 days ahead of where we were the year before. So this is uh looking like again, and we still have a long spring ahead of us. Things could change around, but right now we're running pretty far ahead. That also is what the water uh situation looks like too. It seems like we're peaking out on snowpack. It appears as if we're going to be peaking out about 5 days earlier than normal or than last year. Uh, it's not a great situation in our basin. Um, we are doing all right as far as percentages, but as many people on the call have said, it's all high snow. There's very little mid snow and low snow. So we're doing, we've started to set benchmarks on our farm that says if you get to this day and there's this much water or this is what the forecast is, then you start taking this action. So we've never considered built digging ponds before, but we're in the process of looking into that and thinking about what that looks like for us. So it's a uh, it's a it's not a year where we the question is what can we afford not to do, um, and that's more unfortunately the situation we're in. Um, the Just to add to the mix of funding woes. We are we were participants in the Farm Labor Stabilization Pilot Program. That was a big program that initially was trying to create a legal pathway towards temporary work status for folks from the Northern Triangle countries, many of whom were coming here um, and crossing the border undocumented. And this was an attempt to create a legal pathway to work visas. It then sort of morphed into a program that was trying to encourage people to, look at how they run their labor programs, look at how they run their worker programs, and see if they can't make reforms, see if they can't increase competitiveness for their farms as employer and as far as being good employers. That funding, which was awarded to us uh, last year, is now stuck. Farms, there's no, it hasn't been officially axed yet, but there's no communication about when or if we'll receive those funds. Now, that wouldn't be a big deal, except, I mean, it would suck. It was great to be able to put money into the programs that we wanted to put money into. The problem is that on our ETA 790, which is the what we use as an application to solicit, it essentially makes up the contract that we use to solicit workers, both domestically and in Mexico. We had to write everything into our ETA 790 that we committed to in the grant. And so now, even though we're not going to receive payment, we're still obligated to fulfill all of those projects. On our farm, that equates to about $50,000 this year, and on some people's farms, we're looking at up to $500,000 based on the size of the farm and the scale. So that's a really problematic issue. We met with Jeff Hurd's staff yesterday. There's no real solution to it. But we are bound by law to fulfill the requirements of our ETA 790. So that sucks. That's a big wish that wasn't happening situation. The uh, Other places that we're seeing funding issues is in the LFPA funds. That was the Local Food Purchasing Agreement. That was where a lot of funds went to food banks and schools and institutions to purchase food. That accounted for very significant portion of our sale of seconds and imperfect fruit, which accounts for roughly about 10% of our overall or of our gross sales every year. So to lose that as a sales outlet in Colorado, there just is not a great market for seconds quality product. Peaches especially, apples are a little bit better, but even apples are tough to sell. After seconds quality, you get into cull quality or like juice quality, and there is a good market for that, luckily, but there's really nothing in that mid-level market. And that LFPA, those LFPA funds were really integral in creating a marketplace for that second and imperfect grade fruit. So those funds are also gone, so we're trying to figure out how we're gonna cover that gap uh in our revenue this year. Um that's oh, and then I guess the only other piece that we are concerned about is just as ever, kind of echoing Nick's uh report about NRCS. We're involved on our water board. We're involved in quite a few water projects, improvement projects, modernization projects, things like that, recovery projects in some cases dealing with sedimentation, and we haven't had any roadblocks yet, but we're very concerned not only about the future funding that we're going to need for some of these projects, but as well just the functionality of the agencies that are overseeing it. When you're dealing with big system projects, as probably most of you know, you have a sort of you have a real melting pot of mutual ditch associations, sort of peri-governmental groups like water conservancies, the Bureau, the Army Corps, um, uh, and if those organizations, particularly the federal ones, aren't working efficiently or effectively, it's going to potentially be a real deterrent to getting those things passed. We were at first hoping that maybe some of the red tape would be we would see a clear path forward on some of these projects because of streamlined bureaucratic processes. But now we're concerned that just the calamity of staffing is gonna stymie any sort of benefit that we were gonna receive from a more streamlined uh process in terms of getting permits and things. So anyways, that feels like kind of a downer presentation. I'm sorry to have a downer presentation. Otherwise, I'm a happy guy. I'm feeling great. Uh 11 11 father, 11 in the spring. Things are moving along. So far markets and sales seem to be going well. We had a buyer for the very first time the other day say without quite saying it that he thought we should raise our prices because of all the tariffs and things that were happening. And we said, "Are you telling us to raise our prices?" Which has never happened before, but that was kind of a funny moment. So, anyways, that's the report from out here. Sorry to not be with y'all. I would have absolutely loved to come down and be with everyone in Southwest Colorado, see folks and see Bow and Arrow and the Ute Mountain Ute Farm, but just couldn't break away with concerns for the crop tonight.
Well, Harrison, I'm not sure if everyone here knows the impact you've had on the Montezuma County ag community in your
Oh,
past.
yeah. Actually, I'm wearing my sweater from when I was an AmeriCorps, an AmeriFriend down there. I used to live in Mancos, and I was a part of everything from the Grange to the school to farm project down there that brought ag education into the classroom, and um, uh, I provided a lot of free labor to a lot of small farms in the area. I befriended a uh, a lowly person named Kate Greenberg while I lived down there. So it was a transformative time in my life for sure, and I wish I could be there and seeing everybody. Also, yeah, I have to echo what Colleen said about John Stencil. John Stencil was one of my mentors at Farmers Union and an incredible man, as knowledgeable about Colorado agriculture as anybody you've ever met, and it's a huge loss to humanity that he's gone.
Thank you, Harrison. I'll go ahead and wrap this up on our this end of the. Thank everybody for coming out yesterday and dealing with the weather-related day. As you can see now, the sun's out. You couldn't see much yesterday as far as views that I've been able to be blessed with to see every day. That seems to be different every day. But we did have a chance to go down 1,000 and see some of the cattle. And one of the buildings of the micro hydro units that will be back into production here within a month. It doesn't seem like the cattle gets enough credit, or they're not involved with farming and the ranching. Farming takes precedent most of the time, but the cattle is real important to the tribal leadership at least. And I know they're 70% calved out. And I don't spend near enough time like I think I should with the letters that I get from Superior Livestock or the brand inspector that writes letters that I get on the type of cattle herd that Hardy and his team are able to put together. And I don't want to take for granted, but they're really good at what they do. And same with the farming aspect of it. What they try to accomplish, like this year, water seems to be the issue. We're hoping for 50%. And I was just told here recently, here in the last couple of minutes, it might not even be that. So we'll see. It's just everybody deals with it the best they can. And last year we had 100% water allocation, and who would have known, 1 year later, you're dealing with only half of that, but it's part of the farming practice. And cattle numbers are up. We hope that we're back to 23 numbers on our alfalfa. This year, we're seeing that the price increase may come on alfalfa, but the small grains, corn and wheat's going to still take a hit this year. Your input costs are going to stay high. It looks like they may not go down. As far as granting opportunities, we're on hold on a lot that I talked about yesterday with BOR, with the Native American fund programs, that we're hoping for a replacement of some pivots and some small bands that we could do some different types of seed production. We've been approached by the local co-ops to grow some for them. Some white waxy corn that they'd like us to grow that was being grown up in Iowa that they shipped to California, and it's, as far as I know, it's like a corn nut. And we would have liked to have tried it this year, but due to the water, we're not going to be able to. We're going to survival mode. So Bow and Arrow still doing fine. They got a lot of new customers coming in and keeping the existing customers. But once again, it'll affect what we can do as far as corn for the mill. So we may be outsourcing corn. And anytime you do that, it's just double or triple the price increase to get the corn in. But in our part of the world, it's job creation. And I'll continue that direction as long as we can, as far as keeping people employed. They may not get the hours this summer that farmers are used to, but they'll go on a rotational schedule, Monday through Thursday, 10, maybe Wednesday through Sunday, 10-hour 410s, to keep everybody's jobs through this year. And it's hard to replace people that are very qualified at their job and then try to say, well, by the way, we hope to hire you back next year, and that doesn't happen. People need to make a living and anywhere that you do live. So I'm gonna approach it that way this year. As far as irrigation, they're greasing up collector rings, gearboxes, tire pressures, torquing of the wheels, and still with 50 pivots, there's a lot of work to do. So the next few weeks, they'll be preparing for what water we do get. And matter of fact, they're meeting, I think, in another room right now, the Tualatin Canal Committee, on when we start watering and how we approach the 40 miles of canal. And as you can see, as hard as the wind blew yesterday, we have a boom truck and a grappler that there'll be someone steady on the canal pulling weeds out of the structures for a few weeks steady. So they'll deal with that as we move forward. As far as the farming portion, we're gonna do a lot less corn. We're hoping to keep some of the wheat that we have planted. It's kind of scheduled to go to the local mill, Cortez Flour Mill, on their end, but we'll just see what the water portion is. So we'll deal with that as we move forward. It's good to have a good crew in hand, if it's on the cattle end or irrigation or the farming or administrative. You got to meet a few of them yesterday. And I'm glad that council moved their council meeting to Tuesday, and most of you were able to meet the chairman, who's a big advocate of Farm and Ranch, and really goes out and tries to help showcase not only Farm and Ranch, but the tribe and a couple other council members that were able to make themselves available. So I think that's about it. And thank you all for coming down to Southwest Colorado and dealing with the weather. But you guys had blizzards on your end, and we had a wind blizzard with dust, which should have been snow, but it wasn't. So.
Hey, Simon, can you tell us a little bit about how it works between the council, the tribe, the farm, and the mill? Like how that's all connected, kind of?
Okay, we see the relationship between Farm and Ranch and the council exists, but they have a board put together that the enterprises answer to, which is the WDC board. And there's a couple council members that sit on that board along with other consultants that they hire. If they have an accounting background, what they're missing now is someone on the board that has an ag background that isn't sitting on the board. So it's a lot different pertaining to agriculture and the changing of commodity prices, water related issues that they need to be aware of. But I guess the answer to your question is we still have retreats with the council to let them know where we're at as far as the farming and ranching and bow and arrow part. But monthly, I meet with the WDC board to give them an overview on the budgetary issues and our executive or operations or what our plan is to go through the year and how we are going to move forward like this year. I have to let them be aware of what the water situation is and then let them know as far as where we are on commodity prices. So there's kind of a buffer between the enterprises and the council with another board in between. And it's better now because years past it used to be the council was your board. So they answered kind of to themselves, but now they have another board that's involved to answer to the council. And as you met Manuel, Council Chairman Hart is very involved with what takes place out at Farm and Ranch, and then the other ranches within the area that we provide water to. As you drove out, there's 400 to 500 animals that tribal members own, but we provide all the water to them for their cattle operation outside the perimeter of our project. So the relationships there, we don't have a specific meeting, but once a year with the council. But we talk to them, I talk to them pretty regularly, but the board is the one that has to answer to the council to have that little bit of buffer from the enterprise. And you guys were able to meet the general manager from Weminuche, who has the construction portion within the tribe. James Melvin was there with Joe Lopez yesterday at the luncheon, which was good that they were able to come by. The other enterprise is the casino, and they're trying to deal with their issues in-house in the location that they're at also. So there is a board that we answer to that answers to the council. And that's it.
Well, Simon, thank you for all you've done for us the last 2 days. Much appreciated.
You made my life so much easier by being on top of everything.
No, that's good. Thank you for coming out. And I guess moving on for any open discussion and final comments. If anybody has anything. I got one thing to say. It's interesting how you live in the area, but I've never been out to Fozzie's farm. Okay, so that was nice. Or the individuals that came to Dan and Nana, to be able to go by it. And my wife has told me, we need to go by there. We need to go by and see what they're up to, what they're doing. So even a meeting like this, that you live in this area, you're not able to identify to some of these areas, which is nice now. It opened up 2 places that I hadn't been, and I even live here. So I can imagine if you're in another area, not taking advantage of the places and people in your own area. So
I've still never been to the alligator farm.
How close is it to your, it's not too far, is it?
We'll take the kindergartners over.
Yeah. You wouldn't be amazed how many people live here and never been to Mesa Verde. Okay.
Yeah.
So a lot of people come from all over the world to see the ninth wonder of the world, but never live here, but never get up there. So.
I have a question I should have maybe asked when Jordan was still around, but I'm curious, and I know we probably aren't supposed to talk politics, but I'm curious how things are going up at the capital of Colorado. I mean, we're seeing, you know, after the United States president's address and things, we saw that on TV, how it wasn't, you know, both parties weren't being very conducive to each other, if that's the right word. But I'm just curious how things are going back here in Colorado on the lobby and the Hill, and if they've gotten that far yet. If the parties are scrapping that way at a local level as well.
Well, I have to say, I keep coming back to just how grateful and proud I am to be in Colorado. It's not to say we don't have challenges, conflict, but we govern, we get stuff done. All of CDA's bills remain bipartisan. And that's a commitment we have to, you know, work with whoever wants to work on ag. And so we still see a lot of that in our world. I think there's tough questions before the legislature right now. So there's battles going on, but that doesn't seem out of the usual to me. It seems like we're working on tough issues and kind of slogging through what that actually means. So that's at least where my head's at these days. And I think we're privileged to be in ag because we get a lot of folks, doesn't matter where you come from, what you believe in ag, and we're going to work together on good stuff. That's where we're at.
Dave, what I've heard is because the budget's tough, they have to work together. And so there is not that, you know, when we had lots of money to spend, there was more fighting over where it goes. Now we have to cut it and they have to work together. They're working together much better.
And everyone's going to feel, you know, the tightening of the belt.
Yeah.
Bring people together.
And I think that's true in this case.
Pretty sure good to hear the Colorado Ag Days, having 400 to 500 at the dinner. That sounded very good there from Jordan. So I don't know what it was last year, but glad to hear.
Whole different ballgame last year. It was still kind of the constricted, smaller, direct outreach to legislators, and this is bringing the party back to the Capitol.
Quick question regarding Roberto. Do we like send him flowers? Do we? Or is he just gone?
Well, so as a department, we will be sending him an official thank you and an official recognition for his time on the commission. You all are welcome to do the same. If you'd like to do that through us, please just reach out to myself and Madison. We can do that as a commission as well at our next board meeting, which we've done before, sort of official commission recognition. So I would put that out there as an option to you all, and we could get that on the agenda if Simon would like. And as Roberta said, he's still around, just not able to commit to the time it takes. So we'll keep leaning on him. But let me know, Harrison, if any of that suits what you'd be looking to do.
I don't think I just hadn't. Well, maybe somebody got off the first year I was here, but you know, he's just been such a familiar face, and now he's gone, and I know he's growing hydroponic greens or whatever in a farm in the sky, but he's no, he's still alive. He's not dead. But you know, just curious what we do for outgoing members, and
so do a formal recognition. We do a formal plaque, not to break the surprise for any of you who will be going off someday, but we'll make sure that he gets that in honor of his service. And then I think at our next commission meeting, we can do a more formal recognition on behalf of the commission as well.
Okay, cool. That sounds great. Yeah, it would be nice to do a formal recognition, I suppose.
Not to make light of that subject, but is there a deadline on next appointees or whatever?
So
that position?
3 of you are up for reappointment. So we are very excited that you are interested. So you have our full support moving forward. I think we'll wait to, Madison and I have got to get on filling Roberto's spot, which is Ag District 1, Arapahoe, Jefferson, Adams, Denver counties.
Jefferson, did you say that?
Yes, kind of those 4 counties. So we need to fill that spot, and I think what we'll do is then put all 4 folks forward to the governor for his review, and we'd like to move that forward to make confirmation a possibility this legislative session. So kind of we'll be moving on that quickly. And if you have anybody who is interested in serving in that Ag District 1, please do bring them to us, because we'll be moving on this in the next week or so.
Are there any special like qualifications or anything that maybe should go out? Or like they have to meet this criteria?
Well, we are constrained by political affiliation, just because we by statute have to maintain a balance politically on the board. And then I think this, it's a very broad statute, but you have to have substantial experience in agricultural production, essentially.
What's your best method going forward on that turn to attract somebody, if you will? And I mean, is it going to be going to a lot of organizations, or is it internet type things, or are you hoping people looks at the website?
We're going to do all of that. And we try and do that regularly, so folks know that boards are always coming up. But we got to really push through the networks that we all have, because time is a little bit of the essence right now. So really please be thinking about folks folks that we don't know yet, that maybe this could be a really neat opportunity for them to launch into sort of the next phase of their career in ag as well. Obviously looking for great experience and people who are committed to the work at CDA.
I was just thinking, David, and if anybody, we do have that FAQ sheet that Amira sent out with your last packet, and it's a nice overview, kind of like what to expect, which is usually a question that we get from people who are asked to join boards, is what's their expectation for me, and so that might be a good starting point for them. We do have people that are interested.
A suggestion on my part: neighboring counties with Nick, and Colleen, you're pretty close in those areas as well, but to get into those neighboring counties. So suggestions. To get the word out, that is.
Yeah.
Okay. Next meeting is Wednesday, May 14th, 12:30 to 3. Bar no changes, and it'll be virtual. So thank you, everyone, and drive safely, fly safely.
First thing to do
Okay.
are adjourn.
Okay.
I
Make a
move that
motion.
we adjourn.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Catherine, second by Colleen. All in favor, say aye.
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 Thanks.
Okay. All opposed, same sign. I won't see any here, so. None seen, motion carries, meeting adjourned. Thank you for inviting me.
See you, Nick and Harrison.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.